I need to grab my hat. My hair's doing something fucking wild today. I got a goddamn 8 head right now. Fuck, maybe I should have skipped SMC and booked a trip to Turkey instead. What hair are you talking about? Oh god, I'm trying to find somewhere to put my coffee, but I can't reach. God, my ribs fucking hurt still. Do broken ribs normally stay this sore? It's been a while since I busted my ribs. Fucking hell. They can take up to 4 months to heal. All right, so I'll be back boxing next week, right? Hard copy. Back another week of this. Sure, Rocky Balboa. Fuck, man, Sylvester Stallone's hair ain't doing much better than mine these days. Although he's 70 and, was on fucking testosterone for 40 years, so probably the fact that I'm about the same level of bald as him is not a great sign. I'm just waiting for it to. I'm just waiting for the sideburns to thicken up so I can have the full the full Harry Dubois look from Disco Elysium. Just gonna let the full fucking like big chops, mustache, kind of balding mullet thing go on and be like, "Yep, just going for the 1970s detective look." Should finish setting up my camera. There we go. That's better. I need to cough. I don't want to cough right now. It's gonna hurt. It's gonna hurt really bad. I bet you own a mean battle jet. You want to see it? I'll grab it. I've got 2 of them. Do you want to see the leather one or the denim one? Not 1, 2. They're a leopard print jean denim. Okay, 1 second. It's the good one. Even got some like spent shell casings and things. Always a good one. That might get me in trouble on that one might get me in trouble on stream, but I do love that. Yep. Yep. That's had that one for a while. Unfortunately, because of the shell casing, I can't fly with it. So I cannot wear it over, like, I could not bring it with me to SMC as right. There we go. You guys hear weird noises coming out of me today? Just ignore them. Now, the hobby store was out of every single black paint except for Corvus Black. So we're going to use Corvus Black. If anybody wants to know why I picked this one, it was in stock. Really not as black as I'd like either. That's okay. Let's start with that. I just realized, like, I missed the hoses on this, and it made it look so incomplete, so I'm coming back in. Just honestly, how much better that looks with just that little bit figured out, where it's not the wrong color. Heck yeah. There, I'm just gonna drop a couple hard shadows in because I can. How's your day been so far, Mark? There we go. Holy shit. Trying to adjust slightly. I'm breathing. Hard to breathe. I just, like, I don't want to end up being known as the guy who's always streaming injured. It's 9. One of them is missing. Where's the 10th one? Where's the 10th one? Where the fuck are you hiding on me? There you are. Oh, look, it's the perpetually injured streaming guy. Hey, what's up, Tick? Is that dildo? I've Jinx and I were joking around that the broken ribs actually might be making me a better painter right now because I'm holding my breath more than usual, so my hands are steadier than usual. Because it's like I'm like, I don't want to breathe. I don't want to move. If I move or breathe, everything hurts. So if I stay perfectly still, nothing hurts. Except it still hurts even when I'm perfectly still. How's your day? How's your day been so far? I don't know what time it is for you, but I assume it's not as early as it is here. If it's not 10 a.m. for you yet, then I went live a bit early today because I was bored playing trading card shop sim, and I've broken the economy in the game. I'm too good at it. I learned the secret was running high stakes tournaments. So I don't really bother to do anything other than have a bunch of employees stocking packs into pack ripping machines. We sell all the singles worth less than 3,000, grade everything worth over 3,000, and then run tournaments for cards worth 30,000 plus with $5,000 to $8,000 entry fees. Anyways, my shop makes too much money now, and it's kind of boring. So we're just going to go through really quickly, hit the hoses around the neck. Make sure you grab the hoses, the weapons, and the handles. You're painting along with me, which I doubt anybody right now is being like, I'm going to paint along with the exact thing Boneless is doing. But if you just so happen to be doing that, also, it's funny, I was looking up for my Twitch stats because I do actually like to go through my analytic reports and things. See what works, see what doesn't, see what days are doing well for me because I'm a nerd. And it was interesting because the first thing that came up was Google had a little AI blurb on me, and it was actually accurate, which was fucking weird, and I kind of made me uncomfortable. Here's the screenshot of that in my Discord. Also, been posting in my Discord in the general chat more than usual the last few days. We considering teaching y'all how to make Nanaimo bars at some point because apparently Americans are really struggling with that word. But the fact that Nanaimo is already a mispronunciation, despite being the name of the town, it's a mispronunciation of Snunamo. I'm reading Chomsky, I'll rip Bukowski, I'm laying up for a week. Ah, stop headbutting stuff. It's just where my microphone is too. That should be. Oh, that should be better. You guys should be hearing me way better now. Yeah, that should be way better. Now I'm actually going to be talking into my microphone. Also, apparently, I think my mic's picking up my TV again, so if that is happening, just let me know and I'll make sure to go and mute it. Oh yeah, it definitely is. 1 second. You have to wait. Oh. And that is the sound of my ribs going crunch in my body. In my wallet. Alright. Shite. And there we go. It's slightly. There we go. Next one. You see a grenade that you want. You can also do those black. I hope everybody's having an excellent Thursday so far. Sorry. And I might change my mind about some of the black details and make them gold later, but it's easy enough to do to paint the gold over this, so I'm not worried. I'd rather just get them all blocked in now before we move into the metallics. I want to do all the metallics at the very end, so that way I don't have to change out my paint water. Because I'm lazy. Hello, far away. Had a good few days off. We enjoyed a Tuesday. We went and figured out the new car, went out for food. It was quite nice. And yeah, it's been a good few days. Quiet. I was really tired. I've had a migraine yesterday, so I went to bed pretty early, like 7 o'clock. And it was Canada Day. But yeah, no, I went to bed very early. Celebrated Canada Day by watching James Bond and falling asleep during it for the second time. Now the second time I've fallen asleep trying to watch Spectre. Should be able to finish it soon. Should be able to finish it on the third sitting. So far, it's been my least favorite. Except for it's had some good parts to it, but it's definitely been one of my least favorites of the Daniel Craig ones. I don't know why. Feels a little formulaic. I think that might be it. Corvus Black needs to be renamed to Barely Black. But we are waking up right now. We're slapping some colors down. We're having a pretty good day. We've been enjoying moving some colors. I started doing a battle board on the days off, channeling my inner Boardheim. I don't know. He's like one of the last like old school terrain builders, and I think what he does is really fucking cool. And also the fact he loves Mordheim as much as he does, I think that's really fucking cool. It's one of my favorite games, and it's the inspiration for my like skirmish game I've been working on for the last year and a bit. I say working on it for the last year and a bit. I don't get to put very much time into it because I'm usually busy with my painting. So like, I've not spent anywhere near as many dedicated hours as I'd like to. Okay. Hmm. Painting boys. You ain't gotta worry about me. I'ma do me. And we chillin', boys. And I need to cough again. Shit. Fuck, that hurts so much. That hurts so bad. No, not that either. Good enough. I can go with the Vandals. Cowboy. Uh-huh. We're gonna go down to a cowboy bar. Ride a mechanical bull. The cowboy laughed at the one I saw. I can't change now because the clothes are bought. Sometimes I think I'm Clint Eastwood. Look, it's the one I saw. I can't change now because the clothes I bought. Being a true cowboy is my fate. I can't help it if I was born late. Be a true cowboy, it was my fate. I can't help it if I was born late. And a little bit of water. And there we go. And two more. You guys are moving along fairly quickly. The guys, actually gals. I think that scepter is going to be made of gold. That is, but it can be black. I am in incredible pain. Take a second. Morning, Stolitz. How you doing? Tired? I am feeling that one right now. I am on the tired and sore train myself. But the show must go on. Okay. Okay. Next color we need is the um skin tone. Viejo. I'm gonna use this for the purity seals and skin areas that are poking out. Also gonna be the highlight or the edge highlighting color, so we're gonna need it anyways. I'm just gonna move them all over and start left to right. Check them for things like purity seals. One does not have a single purity seal. Awesome. But you, do you have one? Nope. Yes. Oh God, that's been happening a lot lately. And the sink has been back, like just randomly burbling up wastewater. Grab the parchment on the arm there. And there we go. And let's touch all the little pieces of parchment on the shield. Fly, cheat, steal, kill, win. Everybody doing it. Lie, cheat, steal, kill, win. Everybody doing it. Pieces of parchment. Lie, cheat, steal, kill, win. And start this one. Just as long as I am bound. And I hit my head on the microphone. Again, constantly. My gosh, the little doodads everywhere. That'll be cool. Acting there. Security seal up on the shoulder. Fucking love this song. Absolutely a banger. Rest in peace, Gift of Gab. Absolute hip hop legend. And Fun fact, I've actually looked at this guy's rates. This is Afro right now, and have been considering for a while when I have some extra cash out to get him to record my channel intro for me. Not that expensive. R.A. the Rugged Man. R.A. the Rugged Man. And a little bit more water, a little bit more of the skin tone. We're just going to keep picking in all of the purity seals, one detail at a time. At last we meet again, dear God. Oh, there we go. Something else I missed was some candles. So we'll grab the candles with this as well. And there we go. Grab those candles. And we'll use that color as well for the bowstrings, but I'm realizing right now that it's probably better to do them after. Sorry. I am in rough shape. I apologize again. We're doing our best. Show must go on. I'm going to go back to the black really quickly. Where I get all the pouches and that stuff that I just missed. And I'm going to get the belt straps at the end because I don't feel like painting around them. So do your best to not miss pouches and grenades. It is, but what? It's black. Miss any? Missed all of hers. This is why we're going back through and doing it again really quickly, because as you see, I missed a lot of little spots. Quick, quietly, we just slapping colors today. We're gonna finish a kill team today, I think. That's my goal for the day. I think we have enough time to do it based on the current progress we've made on them. Hey, ba-ba-ba-ba-da-da. And to do anything you want to. You can do anything you want to. You can do anything you Okay, there we go. Next up would be to do the gold. Darn. Okay. Good brush off that for a second.
Give your balls a tug, you
Get
tit fucker.
All right, let's do the gold then. Watch something amazing today, depending on how you look at it. Okay. I'm listening. Eagle caught a big ass squirrel out of a tree and ate it in my yard while I was on my hammock. That's pretty fucking cool. That's one of those nature's badass moments. Also, welcome in, Krusty. Hope you're having a good day. I knew there was an eagle nest on the lake near me. I was just happy decided to pay me a visit. That's cool. I've had a couple eagle nests near where I live. We see them quite often. We actually used to have to make sure to get the chickens inside when we saw the eagles out because they would try and take our livestock. And as you witness the ease in which it just grabbed that squirrel, you can't imagine a chicken's going to put up much of a fight. The heart, me home. The heart is where we belong. Okay, got floors on the backpack. Little Bojangle there if you choose. Hey, Jinx. How you doing? Also, how you doing, Nemesis? I've been looking down for a while there. I am in incredible pain. But we are here, we're painting, and we're pretending that nothing is bothering us. Anybody hasn't heard why, it's because I'm an old man and not a smart old man. I'm an old man who thinks he's a young man. My ribs hurt still, like a lot. Apparently, 5 days later, broken ribs still feel about the same. The show must go on. I missed this lore drop. Oh yeah, I got my ribs broken at Skafest. Second song into the first band, second song. 16-year-old girl who weighed maybe 110 pounds caught me with an elbow at the perfect angle, and it just snapped 2 or 3 of my ribs. Although as my one friend told me, don't admit I got my ribs broken at Skafest. That's like saying you got your ass beat by an inferior foe. He's a big metalhead. Interrupted. No worries. We'll finish it afterward. Let me know when you're back from ads, and I will tell the Skafest story again for those who have not heard it. Jinx got the real life update version because I was and I know she's the gifted sub, so she'll actually hear this bit. Because I had the phone open in my pocket during the concert, so I still watched the stream while I was at the show. Not actively, but I lurked the whole stream through, or I lurked the whole stream through the show and would periodically give updates between bands. It was wild. I have almost 200 gigs of data, Jinx, so like it really doesn't matter that much. Don't before you're all like wild. That's such a data. It's no, I got 200 gigs of data. It does not matter to me. I was just like, cool, I'll open the stream, and then like I work from home. How am I gonna go through 200 gigs of data on my phone? So yeah, I was just like, fuck it, I'll watch the stream, or I'll lurk the stream while I'm there. But yeah, at Skafest, I caught an elbow during the second song of the first band, right from the wrong, like perfect hit, wrong angle, and just crunched a couple of my ribs. And like I wasn't positive they were broken, so I stayed in the mosh pit for 2 more bands and didn't get out till after the third one. But as I was saying, is I was also lurking Jinx's stream during that one, so periodically was popping in to provide updates on the show between bands. Against All Authority was really good, by the way. And we're just going to go through, pop in all the gold details really quickly on these gals. But yeah, if the pain doesn't get much better within the next few days, I'm probably going to go see a doctor. The only reason I'm able to confirm they're broken is because I recently, when moving, was able to feel and hear the sound of bone-on-bone shift. Which is a horrifying sound to hear coming out of your own body. Thank goodness I'm Canadian, because like I can't imagine how Americans deal with this being like, "Yep, I broke a bone or I broke a bunch of bones. I'm just gonna sit in that, I guess." Y'all are fucking wild. Like I'll shrug it off for a few days if, to make sure it's nothing or to make sure it's not serious. But like if it's like a weekend and like it has not gotten better, I'm like, yeah, let's go see a doctor about this. That's also the flip side of that, Jinx. If you're still here right now, is you got to remember I'm Canadian. I have access to free healthcare, so it's a little bit less of a it's a lot less of a big deal to just break your bones as an adult here because it's like yeah, it hurts, it kind of sucks, but it's not like it's just always that reminder of like that like when I do stupid things, I have the capacity to then go and see a doctor about it, which is kind of why I'm still a bit more of a child in my mentality about getting hurt. But it's I don't know, not to say anything, it blows my mind that that's something people have to live with. And he went backwards, went to the doctor, got a cast, chilled out, playing Plants vs Zombies and dinosaur games for a few months. My knee goes backwards when I walk because I have like hypermobile legs. This one I missed a whole ass shoulder pad on. So you're like a digit grade? I don't know what that means. I'm sorry. You're gonna have to explain this joke to me. Have I not shown you what my knees do? Or like have you actually not seen what my knees do, Krusty? Yes. Well, I can do both. Yes, I can do both. My legs can do both directions. I'll show you here. I swear I've shown this on stream before. Typically, it's a sign that I'm getting too tired or I'm getting extremely tired because I actively won't or I actively walk correctly and make sure it doesn't happen. But as I get more and more exhausted, I stop walking and moving with, intent and consciously. So yeah, here, one sec. I'll show you. I'm going to tilt the camera down one second. We'll just rotate slightly. Nope, that didn't work either. That. Now imagine when I tell you I can do stuff like that with every single joint in my body, and that's why I got the nickname Boneless when I was boxing. It has nothing to do with not having bones. It has everything to do with the fact I move like a person does not have bones. Or I can move like a person who does not have bones. But no, I'm double jointed in essentially every joint. I have a metric ton of double jointedness. Yeah, my brutal. Brutal. It was my nickname in high school. I appreciate you giving me the setup because I went to make that joke once before on stream without any setup, and I was like, I can't even actually make the joke because that's like genuinely. I remember back in elementary school, we had a violin concert and we all had to stand. They told us not to lock our knees. I was like, but that's how I stand. I I actively do not lock my knees because it is really bad to lock my knees at a hyperextended angle. Although that's part of why I am constantly tired and exhausted all the time is I don't have lockout points on my body. So anybody doesn't know what that means, it's like, well, yes, it's I have to actively always have all of my muscles engaged. But I'm like a real life Burn Hogarth drawing. I've made these jokes a few times. Do I need to bust out dynamic anatomy so I can explain the Burn Hogarth jokes to people? I'll do it. Welcome in, man, man. Hope you're having a good one so far. Today we paint. I also started working on a battle board. She'll be back once the burger's gone. No worries. Enjoy your food. What was I about to say? Enjoy your coffee. Grab my coffee. It's behind me. Yeah. God. Hey, I can breathe again. Oh, that's fucking bad. Actually feels like today is the worst day since I've had them busted, which is a bit surprising, which is why I'm like, I might make a doctor's appointment later. I'm like, this is Seems to be getting worse, not better. Well, one back here. I'm so tired. I'm forgetting simple things like painting helmets. That right shoulder pad. Okay, I can breathe. Barely, but I can. I'm gonna do brush restoration after stream today. All my brushes need a little bit of love. Give it to you. Get the casing in gold. There we go. Get it. And I've been trying to learn a little bit more about model photography on my days off. I took some pictures of of the troll. I think they're some of my better photos. Like set up fabric. Got a nice clean black backdrop. Probably could have gotten one that was a little bit less textured, but nonetheless, it turned out great. Or it turned out at least better than my photography usually does, so call it a win. And I'm currently, again, working on a battle board right now for the Chaos Army. Up. Supposed to deliver it recently, but got rescheduled again.
Give your balls a tug, you tit fucker.
Welcome in, Marquis. I'm just gonna warn you now. I am not gonna be doing any exercise redeems right now because my fucking ribs will not allow me. So I cannot do the exercise redeems right now. I should probably turn them off temporarily.
My, what lovely feet.
And there it is. A little bit of a delay on that. I'm gonna refund you those points. Give me a second. I gotta disable the workout right now because I can't move around. I can barely stand up and down. I don't think lifting weights with a couple broken ribs is a great idea. Tried to get the warning out. I knew it was coming. But yeah, I am not mobile enough to be getting up and down like that right now. We can keep a tab of them though if you want. Like if you guys really want, we can keep a tab of how many workouts I have to do between now and when I'm able to function again. Oh god. That's gross. That's the second time this morning. Caesar. Fucking hate this apartment. Charm gold. All right. Just slightly. Try not to die. Need to go get some Tylenol and some ibuprofen here in a moment. Let's shoulder pad shit. The areas you've missed as you're going across. Make sure you just go and grab them. Once we're done with the gold, we are going to be washing out the brush and the paint cup. So get rid of all the metallic flake. And here we go, bit by bit. But 2 more to do after this one. All right. Handles on that I missed, but that's okay. I can get them after. That's easy. Water. Those things, anyways, boneless. I'm good. I'm tired. I like mostly just tired and sore right now. My orange kitty cat just popped out because it's time for breakfast. I've already got breakfast ready to go for him on the counter. We're just going to go turn and give handsome Sigurd a feed. Yeah, baby. Do you want some food? You're looking extra handsome today. Okay. No, he's actually being really respectful. He's quiet. Water, at least. Water. Fresh water. Drop an ice cube in it for you, buddy. Old rocks. I'm just gonna actually use the washroom really quickly while I'm standing because I don't want to sit back down and then get back up. All right, we're gonna have the absolute breakfast of a winner right now, which I declare 2 Advil and a swill of coffee. Ah, that's championship level breakfast. Man, I assume your breakfast is probably not far off from that most days either. Couple Advil and a quick. What do you want now, buddy? My cat is still being demanding. I might need to go and tend to him for 1 second. He's a weirdo. He needs something. I can't quite figure out what it is. Believe me, it is condensed milk and oats. Go get the last couple areas on the chandelier, or what the fuck this is actually. Just yeah, and coffee unless I'm boiling to death, and 3 cups this morning. I'm on my 3rd one right now. It's taking a lot more for me to be here than usual today. I really wanted to stay in, like, just completely. Honestly, I just wanted to stay still today. And like the cannabis helps with the pain and all, but at the same time, it's making me cough, which is worse. So I think I need to not be smoking for a while. You know what that means? Edible time. Not a huge edible person, and they don't hit the way that I'd like them to, but I did some more work on the troll on my days off. That's exciting news. I was actually just trying to think of like what did I do on my days off? I played video games. We bought the car. We drove burgers. Somebody dented the door of the brand new car while in the parking lot for burgers. It wasn't a bad dent, just a little one. No paint or damage or anything. So, like, we don't have to worry about rust. So, you know, very, very cheap fix. But it was still one of those things where it's like the first drive in the new car, we got the door dent, or we got a dent in the door. And we did an inspection of it. That dent was not there when we bought it. It wasn't like the dealer pulled a fast one on us. But the place we went was really helpful. They were like trying to help us figure it out. Um, of like who might have accidentally done it. Because we didn't realize till the next day. But yeah, beyond that, been an incredible weekend. Mostly just played video games, painted the troll, watched movies. We dealt with buying the car. I went out and did some gardening or I went out to my friend's garden. Mostly just trying to rest and recover, right? Um. Oh, I did have a
a fun one, right? So I've been saying with that hotel, right? Like they were like, the manager wanted to talk to me on the phone, or the other manager wanted to talk to me on the phone. We had our conversation, and it was not productive. It was a very long case of we investigated ourselves and decided we've done nothing wrong. My favorite was how he kept telling me that he could tell that I was not telling the truth about what the manager was saying because he watched the film. I asked him if the film had audio. He said no, but he could tell by the body language that I was becoming aggressive and frustrated while the other person seemed calm. And it's like, okay, is that not a sign then that, and I was like trying to ask him, I was like, okay, is that not a sign that that maybe the calm person is being incredibly rude? Like, if you have a staff member and you're watching a person escalating at your desk, have you considered that maybe there's a situation going on there? And that, and then he told me that he knows body language. This is my favorite part of it, is he kept telling me that to do this, any man in here, any of the men in here, answer me this. If a guy does this while talking to you, if he puts his hands behind his back like this, is it because he's being non-threatening or because he is so fucking arrogant that he understands he is completely untouchable in the situation? Which one of those is it usually? Does a guy interlock his hands behind his back like that with a dumb smirk because they are trying to be de-escalating or because they're literally being an arrogant prick? Because I've never seen anybody do it in a de-escalating situation. However, I know a lot of fucking arrogant pricks who will do it. Myself included. That is one of my taunts when I'm fighting. Like, that is literally a taunt. Yes, but being at attention in the army is still a very aggressive body language. If you were talking to a civilian and you took that stance and postured up on them and straightened out your spine like that, that's not a sign of like I'm being non-aggressive. In fact, part of the stiff posture is to increase the threatening. Exactly. That's they do that because it is threatening and it shows like the full size and, width of the people. Anyways, I just thought it was really funny because I was trying to explain to them like how these things work. And then they were like, well, we offered you a breakfast voucher that you said you didn't want. And then I was like, yeah. Oh, no, sorry. Yeah, I had to lean forward because my camera is not positioned correctly and because I can't stand up straight currently. I can't stand up straight. But it was really funny to me to be in this conversation of this person who's like, that's not that. And it's like, okay, well, like, everyone I've talked to agrees that, like, I don't know, it was funny. So, and then they told me that they were like, my review was unwarranted, and then they were like, okay, but like, you told me that you went up to the room and investigated the air conditioner was in fact broken, correct? He's like, yeah. And I was like, so then how were any of my complaints out of line? Because I was literally trying to get them to acknowledge that my air conditioner was broken, to which they wouldn't do anything. God. Anyways, yeah, won't be staying there again, and I don't know that we have a lot of people who are going to be in Victoria, but if you're ever there, let me tell you where to avoid. And then their whole thing was, well, if you had to come to us the night before, we might have been able to fix it.
It might have taken us some time and things. It's like, dude, so you wanted us to, at 2 a.m., wait around for you guys to fix our fucking air conditioner?
Yeah. It won't be it's not just going to be my last time staying there, though. I'm actively going to be dissuading anybody I know from staying there. I'm not normally this aggressive in my stances, but like this is one of those ones where I'm like, they were fucking awful to deal with.
Oh, dude,
The best part is like they wouldn't they tried to say that my wife didn't try to talk to them and that didn't happen, called me a liar about that.
then they looked at their footage and saw that it happened. Then they told me they didn't change their review, so I sent them an email with the screenshot of the original response to my comment, to which then they were like, oh, well, you know. But yeah, it was just literally like,
I cannot stand.
and like the thing is like my wife likes staying in luxury hotels. It's her thing. I don't get it. I'm like, you know, like she likes a level of comfort when she travels now, and it's understandable. She doesn't go like full luxury, but like she likes a level of comfort. And so she'll pay for a more like she pays for more expensive hotel. Oh, and that's just it, man. I was ready to knock a motherfucker out, but instead I told them to have a good day, which is not my usual response to those types of situations, but I've gotten much, much better at biting my tongue as I've gotten older. Because as much as I would like to slap a person, it doesn't actually accomplish what I want it to accomplish, other than making me feel good in the moment. You know, like it's while I would love to react in anger. No, no, dude, I don't even want that. Like they were trying, it was funny. We were trying to figure it out. Like I was trying to tell them too, is they kept saying that you wanted your room comped for that night. And I was like, nope, didn't ask for that once. Told them that this was not a good enough offer and that if they want us to come back, they can offer us a comped or discounted room. Because there's absolutely no way I'm coming back to your fucking hotel after spending $400 on a room without air conditioning. I did not just spend 300 fucking US dollars. If you guys want, for the Americans in here, 300 US dollars did not even get me air conditioning. Yeah. Oh, fair enough. Yeah. Yeah, that's not really the free stay I'm looking for, and I don't think my wife's gonna be too happy about that one either. Uh, yeah. I just, I've been there.
Don't get every man has like just wanted to slap somebody more than once. It's just we don't. Most of the time, we don't do it because it's not the appropriate response in the situation. But to say we haven't felt that way would be a complete lie. The difference, right, in being a grown up. Understanding other people also get that feeling of being like, it would be so much easier if I could just like cuff you upside the head to make you listen, but that's not how a respectful and responsible society operates. So instead, I have to learn how to do the stupid fucking verbal jousts that these people want to do. And the unfortunate part about that is that you can't actually win the verbal joust because there's no real rules to it, and they can change the rules whenever they want. The real thing about that's the real part of debate nobody acknowledges is it's the real part of debate nobody acknowledges is that because there are no actual rules in how debate works, it very rarely changes the opinion of the two people talking. I know the idea is that it's to change the opinions of the audiences of the peoples, but it's just like, yeah, it's the problem with it is that like you have to use your words, but then when you use your words, they can change the rules on you with any given time. And yeah, like same thing. We were talking about it, Jinx. Life would be so much easier if we could just sit and do art. I gotta find some like really charming and handsome person to just do all my art sales for me, or like get some like really attractive like model woman to go be the face of Studio Boneless, and I'll just be the ghost painter. And once we get the bowstrings painted in, we got to come through and we got to do the next coat of red over the armor. Bring on. My wife would not want to do that. She doesn't like being on camera, which is okay. She doesn't have to. And I try to be respectful of that and just let her know if/when I'm recording. So like today I actually sent her a text letting her know I'm going to be streaming until you get home. So that gives her the warning that it's like, hey, when you come home, be careful, the camera's going to be on. I'm in the face of Boneless. No offense, the mustache just doesn't make it. Mr. Boneless mustache ride Boneless ain't doing it for you. And here I really thought I had my demographic worked out here. Going through my analytics recently, and I found out it was because people asked me like how I figured out what my gender divide was, and I realized it's not Twitch that tells me that, it's Instagram. Instagram is the one that gives you the gendered split on your following and like your engagement. Because apparently that's good information to have for your demographics. And I was surprised to find out it's a 60-40 women. It's slightly more than half my audience is female. So I assume that just means I'm like the most handsome man in miniature painting. Obviously, this means Boneless is just an absolute stud. No, I actually I don't know. I assume it's because I'm a little more friendly and I try not to be super weird about shit. No, it's genuinely because no, Pascal is an actual fucking stud. Like I think I've said this, but like when I was signing up for classes at SMC, we're going through them, and like my wife had previously scrolled, and she's like, "Wait, which one do you want to sign up for?" And I was like, "Pascal Ruse," and she scrolls, and she's like, "Oh, the handsome one." I was like, "Yes, I'm taking the handsome man's course."
but like that's a literal no joke. So it's like I don't know, I've had enough women I've had enough women confirm to me that Pascal is handsome as fuck that I'm like, there's no arguing it, dude. Like I'm all over the spectrum. People say Pascal's attractive. See if we see if we and then we're going very, very thin in the application of the contrast over top, just giving it that bit more of a red tint. I tried to watch it, and then he literally shut it down right as I got there. It made me sad. Fun fact, this song is about the singer for Blood from Blood, or Blood for Blood. This inhibitor was working to the max. Just like complete, just absolutely unhinged. Talking to my partner, and she didn't know that there was. So this is really funny, because I was telling her about kind of like how like a lot of artists will use the same naked stencils over and over again when they're silhouetting, and that it's really common to just draw everything as is. But that's exactly how there ended up being a Batman comic. I cannot remember exactly who drew this one where Batman's dong got silhouetted in by accident because when they did the silhouetting and the blackout, they forgot to remove the penis. So Batman's got like a fucking hung eight swinging between his legs while he's training. Anyway, I don't know why that's on my mind, but it's just something funny. If you guys didn't know, in the whole like because when we silhouette, we'll often do naked models. There's been a couple times in comicking history where the actual naked model made it in without the remembering to remove certain aspects. Anybody doesn't believe me, you can just Google Batman's penis. It happened. You can doubt me all you want, but it actually happened. Really don't want to. I've already seen the nipples in the Clooney movie. Oh, bat nipples. Clooney was the best Batman.
I'm gonna be honest, because a lot of people seem surprised when I say I actually really like, because it was popular when I also that's a joke. I actually, for me, I liked Val Kilmer Batman. That was one that I like grew up with, right? Oh, I was also gonna say, when ad break ends here, I'll go and show this off because Pascal made a joke about something, and once again, I took his joke way too seriously, just to so I could pull that off. Yes, that's the one with Jim Carrey as the Riddler. And despite the fact he played the Riddler more like the Joker, he did a really good, like, it was still pretty good. I did not like Two-Face in that one, though. Two-Face is not normally that silly of a character. Like, going back as an adult, but I have really fond memories of it from being a kid. Unless, did I tell you I had the same hairline as Bruce Willis? The punk rock lifestyle also ate your hairline? Yeah, that's probably how I'd feel about it nowadays, man. Oh, I love this song, and it never comes on in my playlist. I feel like we never get to hear this one live on stream. Let me. I just accepted a commission. It's Goth Girl Sisters. Oh, hell yeah, dude. Congratulations on that. Sisters are an army. They're one of the harder ones to paint, but they are really fun to paint. I do just tell everybody, like, if you're going to get into Sisters of Battle, make sure that you've got an airbrush and that you know how to use it. This is it's Army of the Pharaohs. AOTP. Dude, self-titled is like legit in my top 10 favorite rappers. He's so underappreciated. I'm Larry Holmes with a left and a right. I'm Roy Jones spitting fights on consecutive nights. I'm Luke Sky with the blast shields down back. This is boom bap, real rap, steel sounds. Like this is probably in my like top 10. Again, same thing, top 10 Army of the Pharaoh songs too, if not top 5. It's nice to see. It's one of the few songs where they really stand strong without Vinny. But like self-titled here, kills it. The morning when I'm eating my Apple Jacks, my battle axe acts as a last resort death kill. Quarantine your city is about to be a lead spill. Better fall back, said I got raw rap. Fuck made you talk that? Fuck boy, I'm all that. Arrows with explosive tips. I'm about to get real ill on some ill bill of Coca Nostra shit. That's gritty and gangsta. Vinny passed me a banger. I'll abort your little sports with a rusty hanger.
Just like such a good horn section.
Yeah, a big hip hop guy. Kind of interesting. Like as I get older, I see more of the overlap between all the genres I like. You know, like I didn't used to really be a rap guy when I was younger, but then I started seeing more of from the Combat Control and Red Corsairs Battle Force. I built 10 Possessions, 5 Terminators, 10 Raiders, 10 Cultists, 5 Possessed Reeve Captain, 10 Legionnaires, another 10 Legionnaires built, and 10 Heretic Cadians on sprues. Damn, you building yourself a traitor army. But yeah, I started kind of seeing more of the overlap in between like hip hop and or like hip hop, rap, and punk and metal, and like just a lot of the different aspects of what I liked about them. They all kind of had the same thing that I liked, which was a sense of protest and aggression. You know, it's a lot of the aggressive emotions people feel, and a lot of forms of protest through music. And Nubian. And there we go, man. I rarely ever listen to metal unless at a gig. I enjoy it. So yeah, I like I like all kinds of music, right? I just try not to limit myself. I found when I was young, I spent too much time limiting myself with what I was allowed to enjoy based on what I thought was, I don't know, probably just self-consciousness and a fear of being judged for what I like. And I think it's important that people just like grow to accept we like what we like. We'll all not all gonna like the same things, but the things that draw me to it are okay. Same. I find it was something like a lot of people do when they're young is they kind of limit themselves to one or two genres, not realizing that there's so much great music out there. And oftentimes our opinions are formed by hearing kind of the worst of what a genre has to offer and then going, yep, that's what that genre is. At the end of the day, it would be like, hearing Kid Rock and being like, thinking that's what music is. We'll never not take punches at Kid Rock. Little heavy metal kings, hell yeah. Vinny Paz and Ill Bill. Ill Bill, the more talented, less famous brother of Necro. Oh, there we go. There's the meowing. Hi, handsome. What would you like? Is it time for wet food? All right. I'm gonna check on the cat really quickly. Yeah. I'm not a big pop music guy, but some pop stuff I like. They wanted to go up on the bed. I mean, like, because again, like, technically, I don't normally listen to a lot of music that would be classified as pop, but like, I don't know, like, Baby No Money's kind of pop. And I'd be lying if I said I didn't really enjoy Baby No Money's music. You know, I feel like I'm a little bit old to like him sometimes. Which, with that, I'm actually going to put on some Baby No Money after this. Stellar Jack. Jack, how you doing? Man, can we get a shout out for Stellar Mass Jack? That's a name I haven't seen in a while. Hope you're doing well. Been all over the place. Getting back on streaming soon, but you're doing very well. Excellent. Painting with friends as we speak. That's what I like to hear. Hope the break from streaming was what you needed. And it gave you the little bit of the good reset. Yeah, I just going back a step, like I don't know, when I was younger, again, it's you get when you're a kid, you can often get into this place that it's like, well, if I listen to this, people might think X, Y, Z about me, and especially when you're into subculture, you're often kind of limited and afraid of like, you already don't have a lot of friends, so you can often end up being in that position where you're like hiding what you like, so that way you're not going to be judged in that place where you do even find that acceptance, and there does reach a point where you just stop giving a fuck. Ow, 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 ow. I moved wrong. I moved wrong. Pray for Mojo. And then I'm going to use the Volupus Pink contrast over the gold details. Gives us a bit more depth in our golds, and it also makes us get a bit of that nice environmental refraction off the pink armor. So it kind of makes it look like the gold is picking up on the pinks and the reds that already exist on the model. It's also nice because it lets us go pretty fast and safe, because it's not a big deal if that gets on any of the other colors. Not going to read on them. Oh my god, yeah, I'm swinging big dick energy. They crossing off my list. Got my money and my bitch. That's the shit. Yeah, honestly, man, same. It's kind of why it's weird to me that I'm popular on the internet. I'm not a popular guy in real life. Never really have been. But my internet personality and my real life personality are also fairly similar. Of the just, I really don't give a fuck what people think. And that can be really rad, but it can also just be exhausting to be around somebody who's just constantly not concerned with the. I don't let the opinions of others dictate me. And that's not 100% true. Like, there are people whose opinions matter. Obviously, like, my wife tells me, "Hey, you're being an asshole." I'm gonna probably reassess my behavior. But I don't know. I believe in being unapologetically yourself. Trust me, it's not a brag to say you're popular. That doesn't feel like a brag. Again, I was having breakfast with some friends who like work for the government, and I felt like a fucking child. Was the one I told his wife that I'm a Twitch streamer, and she asked me what Twitch was, and I was just like, she's like, "Is it like a gaming thing?" And I was like, kind of." And then I was like, "Do you ever watch YouTube?" And then she's like, "Yeah." And I was like, "Okay, I'm a YouTuber." That was a fun one when I was just trying to be like, how do I explain to somebody that I'm a Twitch streamer? I'm just feeling like a giant child. It's like the stuff that they do has an actual impact on the world, and I'm being like, I teach people how to paint toys on the internet, and I'm good at what I do, and I love what I do, but I don't deceive myself about the overall significance of it. Content creation and joy has its place in the world in the same way that all forms of film, art, and media do. Mimir, do you want me to open the blinds for you? Hey, that has an actual art is older than politics. Um, I'd actually technically don't know if I can agree with that statement because I'm pretty sure I'm pretty sure there were still social hierarchies even through um like Neolithic times. That being said, I do get what you're saying. Art has value. Art brings people joy. Art puts meaning and something fun to look at. And at the end of the day, we live in a frustratingly stressful world that is constantly demanding more and more and more of us. It's nice to have content where you can turn your brain off for a little bit, hear something slightly educational where you walk away from it thinking, I didn't waste my time, and then simultaneously not have to think about how awful everything is. And I do actually fully agree. Content creation is a very important job, and it holds a very important place within modern society, as independent content is the majority of how I think is it don't the majority of people these days isn't independent content more popular than I'm pretty sure independent content is the most popular form of content to consume these days, surpassing traditional media, mainstream media, and legacy media, and Hollywood. Like, if I'm not mistaken, independent content is more popular than Hollywood at this point. Fair point. Fair point with the wolves. However, again, just falling back on that one again, it's just like my friends were doing like really like they do very important stuff, and it's just kind of funny when I'm talking to them and I'm having to explain the intricacies of Twitch and realizing like I have a rule, and I think I've talked about this before. I don't know if you've heard me say this, Jack, so you'll find it kind of funny. If you don't immediately know what Twitch is, I will lie to you and then tell you whatever the next thing you say is correct. So if you don't know what Twitch is and you ask what I do for a living, if you say, oh, like blank, I will just say yes, so I don't have to explain it. Most commonly, it's like, I paint, I was like, I paint Warhammer. Oh, is that like Dungeons and Dragons? Yeah, exactly like that. I don't have the energy to go through and like explain the intricacies of what I do to people, so I'm just like, this is why most of the time I tell, like, when people ask, I explain I'm a YouTuber. Oh, dude, my stepdad is so proud of me despite not understanding even remotely what I do for work. It's actually kind of amusing. He's so damn proud of what I do, but he does not understand even remotely what I do for work. He just knows that in his eyes, he just he views it as, and when people ask, he tells his his coworkers, my son is an internationally recognized artist. JSDG RGB. So, question, what exactly is Twitch? Damn. Damn, he's good. Uh, my job. Also, welcome in first time chat. Hope you're having a great day. It's which is like just it's what you make of it. For most people, it's co-play. Most people put on Twitch as a form of secondary content so that way they can have something familiar to the background without actually having to pay full attention. It's the real appeal of long format content. You want something familiar, funny, maybe with some good music or tunes, and somebody who talks just enough to keep you interested and listen, or to keep you interested whenever you want to tune in. However, it's also, Twitch should not be so entertaining that it is the only thing you're paying attention to. It's entirely designed to be a form of media that you can tune in and out of as you choose. Appreciate that. You're B. I'm also B. Jack's the man. He was one of the first creators whom I connected with on Twitch when I first started my channel out. Him and I say Epic Duck Studios was the first channel that ever rated me, and then I think Stellar Mass Jack was second. But like one of the first creators I connected with on the platform. Second best is Mario Kart Rules. No blue shell for me. Yep. Okay, 1 second. I gotta take a breathe. I gotta breathe. I gotta breathe. Okay. And I hate this. 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 I got my ribs broken on the weekend, and it hurts a lot. Careful breathing. I'm just trying to I felt I needed to take a deep breath there, but I also didn't want to cough. The pink, again, the reason I'm using pink over the gold is A, because pink makes yellow look more yellow, but also because we have rose-colored armor, and this is supposed to be kind of a true metallic effect. The gold is going to pick up the environmental refractions of the pink armor. So if the light is casting around on all of this, did someone say ribs? Yeah, you don't eat those ones. I don't know. Pork ribs are delicious. I can't imagine long pork is any worse. I think I'm gonna I'll volunteer my bones for Jinx because I know she's waiting for people to do that. However, I think it's gonna be a weird part of your collection because they're going to be the most like misshapen and deformed bones you'll have. Yeah, my ribs got crunched hard, and it hurts still. Oh, I also forgot to mention it wasn't like just like I wasn't just in like a mosh pit. Like it wasn't just moshing after I got my ribs busted. Like it got pretty hardcore. Like I still there was a wall of death at one point, and I was like, yeah, I can do this. And then someone ran into me at full speed, and then I like collapsed, and I was like, I don't think I can do this. Like somebody ran into me at full speed and like crunched me again, and I was like, this is hurting. Although it's great. I'll show you. I can probably show you guys the footage from the festival. There is a really great clip of me in the mosh pit, like cradling my ribs. Okay, let's refill my coffee really quickly after this, and boom, that looked good. You're gonna see as that dries, we actually lose a lot of the intensity, so don't worry about the fact that it looks super pink right now. Ow. You get these 5 up front. Apparently I missed the green on one of their weapons, so we'll have to go in and fix that afterwards. There you go. It's a badass looking squad though, eh? Here we go. Got those like that. I'm gonna pour some coffee really quickly, and then we are gonna get back to this. Mimir, why are you staring? Oh god, ow. All right, I gotta feed both my cats here. 1 second. He needs to piss bad. No, I'm good. If I need to piss, I just tell you guys I need to piss. Which also, actually, I'm gonna do while I am. Oh, met the guy in the song. Oh, what song is playing? Oh God! And I sit back down. Coffee's warming back up. That's tended to. I see one spot in green that I missed, so we're gonna grab that really fast. Then we get to come through, and I guess we could start highlighting the blue. Or we can pull a wash over all the fleshy tones first. I'm not decided yet. Start by grabbing the green here, just pretending that we didn't miss this detail. In fact, we'll probably go through and do a second coat of this green across everybody, just because it'll look good. So I'm just gonna ask, Jack, based on how long you were gone for, did you go and work? Did you go and do a film project or something, or? Because I noticed it was about 3 months, which is typically how long typically how long those things last in your department. We'd had lots of conversations about prop design. Oh no, I wished I moved from California to Louisiana. Can I mean, aside from cost of living, can I ask, is it just a cost of living thing? As a fellow West Coaster, albeit north of the border, I've heard. Wait, no, I'm in Nebraska. Nebraska is also that's also Midwest? Question mark. I don't know. I'm pretty sure Louisiana constitutes the South. Nebraska's Midwest. Is Louisiana part of the South? I don't know how if I could live outside of the West Coast anymore. It'd be nice.
Louisiana's deep south. Crazy young here get paid to study for 3 years. They drink, party, barely make it when they go on a rampage. Students here are definitely having fun.
Yeah, I mean that doesn't describe far off of my time in university. Without going too far into it, Boneless was a fucking menace during university. All of those horror stories you guys have heard about, you know, the stuff I used to get up to, I was in college during most of it. And yeah, I don't want to get too far into it, but like, I'm not gonna judge what kids do within their college years when I was literally fucking snorting Adderall before my midterms, you know, like.
Who am I to judge? Well, when kids today talk to me about like they'll come and being like, "Is blah blah blah," talking about like their school experiences, and I don't know how to break it to most of them. That I was like, "Yeah, dude, welcome to college. You're gonna learn very quickly through your first 2 years of college. Most adults are fucking degenerates." In fact, there is a very, very, very small percentage of people who are actually functioning and healthy adults, and I'd probably put it at sub 5%, and the rest of them fucked, myself included. You went to film school and exactly. Jack, you get it. I grew up in Vancouver. Like, what do you expect? I'm from Hollywood North. What do you expect? See, I've seen the different people's who party, and I think we all like to think that we were the ones who did it the hardest. But I got invited to like one of those like kind of super duper white collar parties once when I was younger, where we're talking, you know, that you think you know partying until you're around, you know, fucking business owners and politicos. Then you learn what it means to fucking party. I grew up a punk rocker and I can't fucking keep up with them. Those they used to do what they called quills on the airplane. With my one buddy, he wouldn't take part in it because their thing was to do their big thing was because they couldn't get their hands on Quaaludes anymore. They would do they would do a shot of NyQuil and a shot of Dayquil into 4 ounces of red wine, and they would drink 4 or 5 of them, and they would call them getting quilled. But they would mix Dayquil, NyQuil, and red wine. It is a fucking lethal combo. That is like a fast way to stop your heart. It was literally one of those things I was like, dude, that's fucked. Yeah, these days Boneless won't take a shot of anything with alcohol in it. But that's because of, again, it's not good for me. Some people can party, some people can't. Boneless can't. And if you are one of the people who can't, it's better to recognize it sooner than later. That's a piece of advice with Boneless today. All right, I'm gonna go through and do some really fast flesh wash over the skin and parchment. And before anybody asks what my contrast or what contrasts I'm using, I will have to tell you really quickly. My contrast paint is so thinned out that it's no longer the bottle paint. So like, yes, technically
I'm using Fire Slayer flesh, but my bottle of Fire Slayer flesh is literally diluted like 3 parts to 1.
First coming 6 times rehearsed. Only in smaller groups, max 20 people.
Yeah. I don't socialize that much anymore. Although I went out to a festival I went out to a festival on the weekend, so I can't really say all that much about being like, I don't go out, because like I do go out. I just and again, if you got parchment paper, or if you got any purity seals, grab it with a bit of flesh wash. And then we will ba, ba, ba. I think that's all the parchment. Yep. That's everyone. Awesome. I got one that doesn't have a helmet on and it's been bugging me because she needs her hair done because that's why she looks so incomplete. And all Adeptus Sororitas have white hair because that's just their thing. I don't know why. So where is Sunrise Blue? Need Sunrise Blue. Are you hiding in the drawer? Put you away. Garbage. Where is my Sunrise Blue? Usually that is the color I like to start white hair from. Somewhere. Well, I'll work around it. I'll use a different color. Let's take a touch of ice yellow down to the palette then. I'll mix one up. Sunrise, past, you gotta wait for tomorrow. Pretty much. Put some ice yellow on the palette. I'm gonna start getting ready for my next layers. So I'm gonna need my regular jade, my bright jade, and my regular jade. What the fuck is jade? There we go. And okay. Start out for the hair. You take a bit of regular bright jade. And some ice yellow. More ice yellow. That's about the color I want. You got coffee? Hell yeah. I am also with coffee now. Rinse that out because there's nowhere near enough water in that brush. We're going to come in and we're going to get her hair. I was going to say one thing, though, going back to that, Jack, is like the one advantage to Louisiana is, if I'm not mistaken, it's not too far from Georgia, which also has a really good film industry. I have heard several people say that Georgia is one of the best film industries in the States because it does not have the cost of living associated with California while being the second biggest industry. And they have rules about hiring local talent, so they have to hire X percentage of people who live in the region. But I've heard for people wanting to get into film, especially if they're acting, that Georgia is an absolute winner. Went to buy myself a burger right down the car park. Yeah. I'm going to take my regular jade and hit a bright jade. And just quick reminder, anybody, if you do hit the exercise redeem right now, I'm going to have to refund you after stream because I am unable to complete those right now due to an unfortunate injury. And like such, 99%, sometimes quick maintain. They do. Well, here's hoping it's nothing serious. No, but yeah, welcome back with Coffee Jinx. Now that you're back, I'm gonna show off on stream because now that we're not in ads, I can show everybody what we have been working on off stream. Got 2 projects on the go right now. One's a little kind of for funsies, and the other one is, of course, less for funsies, more tryhardy. Are you a baseball guy? I'm not. I'm Canadian, unfortunately, and like the only baseball team we've got is the Blue Jays, and I live probably just over 3,000 miles away from where they play. Didn't get into baseball, unfortunately. My brother-in-law was a baseball player. Played rep. He was good. I mean, he was also 6'5" by the time he was 12, so he was kind of made to be a baseball player. Are you human? No, unfortunately, I'm Canadian. My answer to most things, no, I'm Canadian. we're more into hockey. And even then, I'm not a super big hockey guy either. Despite all the hockey references on the channel, I don't actually watch very much hockey. But yeah, we'll pop over for a second here so you guys can see what I've been working on my days off. I'm not sure if any of you have been watching me paint this troll. You tried that poutine you got up there? Yeah, poutine? It's fucking incredible. Incredible. Dude, I keep a bag of cheese curds in my freezer just so I can make it whenever I want it. But yeah, so coming in here a little bit, I am not sure if you guys can see Pascal previously so originally he told me jokingly, you should highlight every single one of those skin cells, so I did it. And then he's like, that's not good enough. You should do a 3-tier highlight on every single one of those skin cells. So Pascal isn't here right now, but that is a 3-color workup on each and every individual skin cell. Fuck you, Pascal. We did it. We did it. You said you dared me to do a 3-tier workup of color on each and every single skin cell? I did it. Absolute madman. But yeah, cheese curds are phenomenal. What was I doing there? Oh, highlighting, right. Doing highlights on the blue. Yeah, we went through and we're doing the 3-tier highlight on every single thing. I mean, I could probably have it done in the next month or so. I think the troll probably has about another month worth of work on him. Not full time, but just like another month or two of painting. Although now I'm getting nervous because I don't know that I'm going to have enough time to get another entry done. I missed him finishing Dragon Emma? That's lame. That's lame. They'll drive snowblades like we drive 4-wheelers on the interstate. Absolutely. Absolutely we do. I actually have a sled that's pulled by moose. I say is it's roughly like 89 degrees Fahrenheit outside right now. Again, we're just I'll take a look, and as well I'll message him when he'll probably pop in before bed tonight at some point. And when he does, I'll just mention to him that I heard he finished it up and ask for links. more. Again, we're just working up, kind of brighter and brighter with the blue cloth until we hit our final highlight. So that's the plan for today. We're going to work up all the blue cloth next. We might have time to get through all the edge highlights today too. We'll see. We will see if I can get through if I can get the blue robes and the edge highlights on the red. We're like 90% done, so. But yeah, the troll is doing incredible. So thank you for all the help you've been providing on that, Jinx. Boom. Is available for private coaching if anybody is looking to level themselves up. So for those of you that don't know me, my name is Studio Boneless. I paint toys for a living. I paint on Thursdays, Fridays, Sundays, and Mondays from 10 a.m. till whenever the fuck I feel like it, Pacific Standard Time. I appreciate, like, I genuinely, it's been, I think the last lesson about my lair height was really valuable. Because it's also makes me feel really good that I'm getting to the point in my painting career where it's like, the mistake that I made is like, oh, your lair heights are incorrect. If anybody wants to know what we're talking about again, I can't explain it all that well. I'm just learning these concepts. And next time I have to welcome in Twisted Pickle. Next time I have to get up and deal with the cats, I'm also going to grab my copy of Dynamic Anatomy so I can explain this joke to everybody because I keep making Burn Hogarth jokes and I'm just like nobody's getting it, and it's really funny, hilarious to anybody who understands it. Really funny that we don't get it. No, it's the joke. Like I keep making a joke, and to anybody who it's a very niche joke. Burn Hogarth is again somebody you have to study in art school oftentimes. I didn't go to art school, but my mentor made me do a massive Burn Hogarth study. First, it was one of those things we talked about previously that he felt that learning Hogarth was the first step to learning to draw like Frazetta. Because it's about like learning Frazetta is about learning to capture life movement or is learning to capture life and movement, right? That was what made Frank's paintings feel so amazing is they feel alive. Everything is moving and it's their they're always these intense moments, right? Like he always captures a very specific moment of intensity. So really quickly, again, if you don't really know what we're doing right now, we're just doing a quick sketch highlight. What that means is, you notice I'm not being super precise. I'm just leaving a little bit of the dark in the absolute deepest shadows. We're going to start building stuff up bit by bit by bit. There we go. Got a leg for about 30. And when the back of the model starts to look better than the front. See, in wargaming, that's not a bad thing because you're almost always looking at the backs of your models, but which one do you pull that on? Most games, third person to play it. Yep, I've heard that a few times, but see, I paint the backs of my minis really, really well because again, I see the backs of them when I'm playing Warhammer. The back is the part I see. I actually want my models to look good from behind because that's what I see. Having them looking good from the front, like that's cool. Your opponents can have good looking models. And that is true. With Death Guard, you can just like slap a bunch of like grime and bullshit over them, some tentacles, call it a day. Oh, actually, I was gonna say, Jack, if you're still here, you might not have known, or you might have missed it, but I got to do my very first large Nurgle project. I know you're a big fan of Grandpa Nurgle or Papa Nurgle. We did a Chaos Old World Nurgle army that is getting delivered hopefully next week. I'm just working on the parade board for it right now, actually, off stream. It's almost ready. It's actually ready to be painted now that it's finally dried. I'll show you guys. I can show you guys where we're at with that. Currently working on my Chaos Wastes display board. Lots of green slime. I don't know why there's always green slime when it comes to Nurgle, but who am I to judge? All right, there we go. There's the first highlight done on the robes. 3 more to go. Now we're going to use just the pure jade. You'll notice I'm not wiping out everything that we did. Focusing on sharp edges, areas that are going to have a bit of folds details. And there we go. And relying on a little bit of moisture in the brush. There you guys go. Same thing. Second coat of highlights go on. Looks pretty good. thing. Nice smooth highlights down the front. Uploaded a small kit bash from the Terminators. Didn't like the long fingernail designs of GW. Ooh, I'll take a look at that in just a moment. I'm going to finish up this round of highlights before we do that, though, because I got the paint mixed, ready, and my brush loaded. So, remind me in about 5 minutes to take a look at that. And there we go. And grab a bit more of that jade. Ooh, been streaming 3 hours today. Hell yeah. Feel like it. I mean, my ribs feel like it, but that's about it. But that's me being a silly goose and not realizing that I'm too old to mosh the way that I did when I was a kid. Then there's black, but the stars of gold. Look ahead of something better. See fire burn. But yeah, wasn't expecting to get my ribs broken during Mean Bikini. Also, what a band name. Like, genuinely, what a great band name. Tea? Coffee. No, I'm a coffee drinker. I don't mind tea, but typically I drink tea when people have already made it and just ask if I want a cup. But yeah, sure, I'll have one. Coffee, though, I like actively seek out. Oh, a cover version. Oh, sorry. Yeah, no, this is the cover. This is Apocalyptica. For Whom the Bell Tolls is a great song. It's based on one of my favorite. Like it's literally about one of the best chapters of one of my all-time favorite books. If anybody in here has not read For Whom the Bell Tolls by Ernest Hemingway, I highly recommend it. It's a fucking great book. Excuse me. All right, 3 more to do this highlight on. Then we have 2 more rounds of highlighting to do. Remember to use nice kind of big brush strokes so you can have room to place your other rounds of highlight still. So if you know you're going to do 2 rounds of highlight, make sure that your lines are thick enough to fit 2 rounds of highlighting in. Like if you know you're gonna, if you know you're gonna do 2 more colors in the workup, that it's gonna be a 5 color, 6 color, or it's gonna be a 6 color workup. Then just make sure that you accurately have given yourself the room to place all 6 of those colors. Prologue or No Education by Apocalyptica is good too. Apocalyptica is good in general. Most of their music is pretty good. And 5 minutes are over. Actually, I got 1 more model to do. Excellent. That's actually perfect timing. I got 1 more to highlight, and then we can pull that up. So thank you for that. Clean the brush out. That also gives everybody time to dry for a moment. You guys are seeing the sisters are immediately starting to look pretty good, actually. Once the blue's done, I'm going to come through and I'm going to do a quick brown contrast over the gloves because I noticed that the Sisters of Battle all are supposed to be wearing leather gloves. And I think that might just be a nice little color break on the model as well. But as you guys see, as we get the brighter and brighter blues, they're looking more and more bitchin'. Let's pop this up. What do we got going on here? Ooh, good choice on those axes. Those do look really good. Nice chain sword on the hip, too. Nice little conversion. Is this the Mark UK? Or is that no, that's not. That's uh Mark, your fucking bust here is looking incredible as well. White Wolf, that's some incredible non-metallics. Adventure Built's Claw. There's Tinker Fairy completed. Okay, I've seen most of what's in here now. Mark, if you're still in here, your boss looks phenomenal. Chain Axe and Power Axe looks really good. But your blends on your skin, same thing. Your blends on your skin are way up. Spell base, of course, 1 foot in the stone. It is a nice conversion, Linux. Nothing too crazy. Stays true to the original model while also adding in a little bit more flavor. That's pretty much how it should be done. And of course, skulls are everyone's favorite here. Boom, got my next highlight color. Brush out, and we're gonna swap to a smaller brush here now. I'm gonna use my size 0. I've gotten out of the habit of shaping my brush with my mouth because I keep using cobalt paint with this brush, so I really can't be doing that, or I'm gonna get myself very sick. This is not cobalt I've used on this model, but I do use cobalt, or I have had cobalt in this brush, so. There we go. You see that final highlight, or sorry, that highlight's going in really nicely. And we actually do have one brighter than this will go before we finish it up. Oh, I read some very exciting news this morning. Made me so happy. Find out Canada's backing out of the Paris Climate Agreement and has decided that we're going to increase our emissions. Made me fucking so happy to read that this morning. Nice.
Nice.
And there we go. Getting those nice kind of highlights going on. This model's looking freaking awesome. Gonna be a really great addition to my army. And then pop over to the front.
Here we go.
One more round of highlights after this color, and then we'll do the edge highlighting. And same thing. I apologize if I'm kind of quiet right now. I'm just focusing in, slapping some colors. I am trying to not focus on the fact that my ribs hurt like no tomorrow. This is such a good song as well.
This is a really young Michael Bishop.
This is the new singer of Guar before he wasn't the new singer. But yeah, this is baby Michael Bishop. Four of them. That's halfway. And there we go. And keep just slapping your highlights down, peoples. All you can do at this stage. Don't mess up. And start working up that fun, interesting transition across every single model. A couple spots I missed as well on these ones, and I'm just going to grab those as well before we move along. And last one on these 5 at least, and then I move into the other one to go back to doing what we were doing before. Next up. I'm actually going to rinse my brush out too, so that way we don't get any paint drying in it, and that way I can keep it flowing nicely. Keep a nice tip while we're doing this step. Doing this step. Damn. Fuck that was. Ooh, the dickies. I feel like if anybody watches my VODs, it just makes me make no sense when I talk. No worries. You get some rest, man. Thanks for popping in. Thanks for hanging out. Thanks for being a part of the stream today. Probably catch you tomorrow. We will be back at our usual time of 10 a.m. Pacific Standard. And away we go. With that blue looking, it's that icy blue is really starting to pull together, eh? And it's only 1:32. Hell yeah. I actually might get these finished today. We'll see. My wife's going grocery shopping after work, so we're probably going to go a little bit later than usual. Unless I hit my wall, which is also possible that I get to that point where I'm just like, I'm too uncomfortable to keep going. So I could see that happening in like the next hour or two. Where my body's like, my ribs hurt. I don't want to do this. And there we go. Got the front of this one. I only have 2 more to go after this, and then we're into the final round of blue highlights before we go into doing edge highlighting. And here we go. 2 more. Only 2 more to do this highlight color on. And voila. And 1 more. And last one, literally just about done this round of highlighting. Ooh, this was a good. Blah, blah, blah. And there we go. Excuse me. Into the night sky. And final round of highlights on the blue. This time go in. This is very fast. You're just grabbing the peaks and the folds. And here we go. That's the blue cloth done. Do a glaze at the end to bring everything back together. Sure that everything reads correctly, smooth out some of those lines, but overall, finishing up the blue cloth now. And there we go. That's 2 of them. Wow. I think after this, what I'm going to do, the next step is I'm going to re-highlight all the parchment. Get that looking its best, so that way we can... Here's 3. Next up. Quick and easy. All right, can play. Here we go. 4 sets of blue cloth finished. There we go. Half the blue cloth is now done. Dun 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 dun. Dun. And like such. Down the front. There we go. Hey. Down the leg. And like such, we will just get moving. So if you're new here, my name's Studio Boneless. I paint toys for a living. I'm live on Thursdays, Fridays, Sundays, and Mondays from 10 a.m. till 2, 3 o'clock Pacific time. And there we go. There we go. 2 more to do blue cloth on. Mm. One more after this. Then I get to edge highlight the armor.
Here we go. Okay, finish some coffee up. Not the most exciting one today. Mostly just painting. We're getting a lot done. And these models are looking kick-ass. For anybody that wondered how far we've gotten them right now, I'd say they're starting to pull together pretty nice. I'm gonna grab all the ones that need their purity seals done up now. Move quick ones over. If they don't have any parchment or purity seals, then go up to the other pile. Only 3 of them don't. Okay, cool. All right. Everyone off to the side. Same thing. We're gonna go in. We're gonna highlight. I'm gonna grab some knobs, maybe smoke a bowl. Honestly, I should do the same and have a puff because I'm getting sore. Might also make me a little more interesting. However, I am gonna stick to distillate right now because it makes me cough less. Okay, there are the purity seals on that one. Quick and easy. Move some colors around. I'm going to come in with Pyral Red after this color. We're going to hit the wax on the purity seals. Was so easy. Used to be so easy. You're trying now. There's candles on it, so make sure you grab the candles as well.
we go. Get those little candles. Touch this one up too. Here we go. There's a light in this place. He opens that door. He's got the look on his face. He asks, "You telling me everything?" He's got a drink out buying land. Gonna give up the booze and the nights. Everything. And lit. Yet. Okay, there we go. These models are looking badass. Like they're coming along really fast. So, if anybody has any questions, again, feel free to ask away in chat. I'm more than happy to help you out. And if you are new here, I'm live Thursdays, Fridays, Saturdays, or sorry, Thursdays, Fridays, Sundays, and Mondays from 10 a.m. until about 2 to 3 p.m. And like such, I'm just going through grabbing all the crossbows. There's my 4th crossbow. I thought I had 5 of them. I don't, but I thought I did. 2 with flamers, 2 with swords, 2 with... Yeah. All right. What was the next color I said I was going to do? I was going to do Pyral Red on all the purity seals. Just to kind of get them to jump a bit. Actually, don't. Oh, there it is. Never mind. But I don't even know where my Pyral Red is. It's on my desk. I don't think it would ever make it back off my desk. Pyral Red kind of permanently lives on the desk. I use a lot of Pyral Red. That gives a nice little break on them. At this point, you can call them like, I'd say playable. Once you get all the purity seals done in, because you've got everything base coated. Like if you took this to the store, nobody's going to be mad at you. They're based. You know, they're not, the bases could be better, and I'm going to improve the bases because they're not finished the way I want them to be done. we go. Get the purity seal up the front. Feed my eyes. That one doesn't get any. Oh. Here we go. Purity seal. Save me. Save my Could be purity seals. Feed my eyes. Hey, there we go. We have two options next. We can either do the green glowing weapons, or we can go through and we can get all the straps. Probably going to do straps, I think, because I don't want to do them. Let's do them now while I can still manage it. It won't take long. Just a boring step. Here we go. Get those straps. We're also going to come up and we're going to get the rubber tubing that goes up the middle of the chest. Get her around. Oh, that goes along here. There we go. With the straps painted in. Looking freaking awesome. A little bit of water in the brush to keep it flowing. And okay, so after we do the straps, we're gonna come through, we're gonna do the brown gloves. And then it's just final highlights. We might have time to do the energy weapons. And then we just, yeah, then I'll just probably, I'm probably going to do the edge highlighting off stream. I'm being completely honest. And then I also noticed where I missed a little bit of the blue. So if you see anything like that, very careful with your base tone. Come in. By your deepest shadow color. Just clean that up. There we go. That looks better. Dixon, what's up? Oh, fuck. What's up? Oh, we're skipping this one. Not feeling that right now. Is this the instrumental or the actual instrumental? Skip it. If it's not, we'll keep going. Hell yeah, fuck yeah. Welcome in, welcome in. I am having a great day so far. Finishing up my sister's battle. Getting some of those like final boring parts worked in that you got to do. So right now we're going through and we're painting all the straps. Waiting for Costco to deliver. Costco delivers because my wife goes after work. So at about 4 o'clock, Costco, or about 4:30 today, my Costco shows up. But it's just funny. Today is Costco day for us too. So she actually texted me saying, she's like, hey, I got to go do Costco after work. So if you want to stream late, likes to let me know. Because she's not a big fan of being on camera. So I usually wrap up right when or I'll usually wrap up either just before she gets home or right when she gets home. Because I do stream out of our kitchen. The exception being Mondays. She can figure out her own shit. She doesn't work Mondays. But Mondays is the one day where I'm like, that's fine. You can stay out of the kitchen on Monday. There we go. I am quite happy with how these are turning out. We've spent less than an hour on each model so far, so okay, 4 more or 5 more. 5 more? I don't know. I can't count. Counting's hard, people.
We're gonna get through these straps as fast as we can, because trust me when I say I enjoy painting straps about as much as you guys enjoy watching me paint straps.
Also, I don't have a mod in right now. Shit. Quick shout out if anybody doesn't know King Dixon Balls. Another mini painter, artist, and crafter that I highly recommend y'all check out. With a name so good that if I ever do, if I'm ever in a punk band again, I'm probably stealing their stage name. If I'm ever singing in a punk band again, I'm absolutely going by Dixon Balls. That is one of the most like I think it's fucking hilarious. I will never not laugh at that. Credit my father-in-law. Fair. It's there are certain ones that you hear. It was like Dick Ass Man, you know? It's just like sometimes, except that was a person's real name. Dick Ass Man is a real person. From the prairies. It's actually Dick Ass Man's from Saskatchewan. He was a bit of a celebrity in the 90s due to having the name that he did. He just outside of Regina. It was one of the small towns just outside of it, but yes, you are correct. I am really, really happy that I started this and the first time anyone else has known the story. And I was just like, oh, this is great. I mean, when I worked at when I worked at Bell, I will say we used to have an email thread of funny names. Probably not appropriate to be admitting out loud, but yeah, at Bell, anytime somebody had like a really great name, it would go into an email thread with about 20 of us, and we had a list of some of the best names we encountered. Number one for me was always Nixon Jesus Man. Mostly because I didn't know how to pronounce the last name, and I was like, Jesusman? And they're like, Jesus Man. And I was like, oh, okay, that's not the pronunciation I thought it was going to be. First, never expected to get a call from a man with the last name Jesus Man. It's always funny because you always try to go with what you think is going to be like the least offensive pronunciation of a name when they've got one that you're like, if I say this wrong, it could sound quite bad. And then more often than not, it was the original pronunciation I thought it was going to be. Okay, so that is... Yeah, that's actually good. Heck yeah. One more. Ooh, Equilibrium. Great band.
And I missed part of the fabric on this one, so what we're going to do too, just before the wrap on the blacks. Here you got all your strippy straps. These gals looking their absolute best. Rinse your brush, and remember, we still have a little bit of that jade on the palette for this exact reason. You can even add a little bit of the Corvus black to it, just to make it extra black, or to make it extra dark. That way you can come in here and just make sure that, you know, it shows that there is nowhere you missed. There you go, see? Fuzz that detail out, and it makes it look like the robe is falling into the correct shadows there. And that is all 10 of them done with the next step. What did we say we were going to do next? We were going to do contrast paint over the gloves, and then I was going to teach you guys how to do quick energy effects. Costco is here. Enjoy. I'll do the contrast first then, because... What am I doing? Fire Slayer Flash. Where's Gorgrunta? Gorgrunta, not the gore. Gorgrunta fur.
Ik ben non-bossy. Ich bin non-bossy.
Oh, no, there's Druchii Violet. Where did I put this paint? Oh, the ibuprofen is working, and my ribs are hurting less. Thank you, ibuprofen, for making my job possible. And that's also going to the garbage. What the fuck did I do with this? I'm just trying to find my brown paint. Like, it's just a brown paint, and I can't find it. Pterodon turquoise. To the point I'm actually like moving stuff around on my desk. Got like 4 things of a Grelin Earth. I found 4 containers of a Grelin Earth before I found my Gorgrunta for contrast. I need to stand up because I probably put it somewhere that I can't see it. Button pushed backwards. Although that is what happened with the blue paint I was looking for. It did work. Not the way I needed it. Seriously, how do I lose a full thing of paint? How do I never know where my paint is? I feel like part of the stream is just watching Boneless aimlessly be like, where the fuck did I put that? And... Okay. I'm gonna just have to figure something else out, I guess. That's really annoying, though. Like, I really like that color. I just found a 5th bottle of Agrellan Earth. In the process of trying to find one paint, I managed to find 5 bottles of a different color. Such vibrant, very wow. Thank you! Thank you. I'm trying to find my Gorgrunta fur, and it's really, really annoying me because I cannot figure out where it is. And in the process, again, of trying to find it, I've come across 5 bottles of a Grillin Earth. 3 of them I didn't know I had. Got Black Templar. Like, it's just... Why am I like this? There we are. Okay. My gorsh. Dark Oath Flesh. That's exactly it. That's exactly it. And it's especially when you get into your like blackish browns, where it's like it's just one of my vaguely dark bottles of contrast. Like it's just one of my bottles of dark contrast color. But I noticed that Sisters of Battle wear leather gloves, not power armored gloves like Space Marines. There was a point I was massing many yellow ochres and alizarin crimson heavy bodies. Why alizarin crimson? I know a lot of people like that color, but I also know a lot of people really dislike that. Or like, I know a lot of people who really like the color, and I also know a lot of people who really dislike the color. So it's a contentious one.
Shorzy, you ready? Give your balls
Raid
a
coming
tug,
in from
Ted
Phoenix
fucker.
Miniatures.
Yeah.
Welcome in,
Frank,
Phoenix.
You ready? You're going. Yeah. Judy, you ready?
Let's fucking go, Singer.
Good, because you're going. Yeah. Hitch, you ready?
All hands,
Good,
boys.
'cause you're going. Yeah. Dolo,
Run him up
and fill him in.
Cryo.
Good, because you're fucking going. Yeah. The best goalie in the no-show, Michaels, you ready?
You damn right, Sanger.
Good, because you're fucking going. Yeah.
Pack mentality, boys. Welcome in, everybody. I'm going to throw a quick shout out here, Mr. Phoenix Miniatures Art. How are you doing today, Phoenix? It's a treat to have you stopping by here. Anybody that does not know Phoenix Miniatures Art, incredible streamer and phenomenal painter. Highly recommend you click that follow button because you can learn a ton from them. They are one of those like must-watch channels. I'm gonna pick. I'd love to give some opinions on it. I would love to see what you've done, and I'd love to see if I can offer anything. For those of you that are new here, and welcome in Raiders, my name's Studio Boneless. I am a professional commission painter based out of the Great White North of Canada. So I paint toys and mostly Warhammer. We're working on my personal army right now, some of my Adeptus Sororitas. Typically, if you ever see me painting the rose-colored Sisters of Battle, it's going in my personal army. This is what I collect. And I like to do a mixture of display painting and tabletop painting. So I also mix it up a bit here and there with things like busts and... yeah, and Flagon, just let me know when it's posted, and I will absolutely take a look at that. So I do a mixture of both busts and miniature. So mostly 32 mil. I do enjoy doing larger scale than that. I don't really enjoy doing smaller than 28. As soon as we get below 28 millimeter, I stop having a good time. You see behind my shoulder there, that's actually a commission that's getting delivered next week. That is a Chaos Army I just finished up, and a battle board that I'm working on because I've been watching a lot of Boardheim lately, and his OG terrain building just got me all, like, nostalgic for working with some pink foam. So I got an old school styrofoam board that we are working. I'm also going to throw a shout out because Mr. Cryo, I know you're just in on the raid, but I'm also going to mention, if anybody does not know Cryo Cheese, he is just a great painter.
And also, and we got Katie Luhu. You're gonna got a lot of shout outs to do here in a moment. All the cool cats came in here with this raid. But Cryo is also other big part. Welcome in, Alice and Silverhair. Yes. Sisters of Battle are my personal army. I've actually
You look like a cut of fuckable meat.
I think actually this I do believe I'm probably one of the first people to finish this model. I'm quite proud of the fact. Jinxie, Cryo, Alex, right, all of the cool kids are here. King Dixon is actually just on a lurk right now too. So we got the Sisters of Battle is my personal thing. I love painting them. But yeah, just going back one step, Cryo is one of my favorites as well, just because he is a huge promoter of like healthier living as well and being like good to yourself, which I just appreciate. Because it is important that us miniature painters take good care of our bodies and our health, because the healthier we are and the better we take care of ourselves, the longer we will be around to paint more minis. That's what I always say. If we take care of ourselves and we take care of our health, then we get to live longer lives, which means we get to paint more miniatures. So be good to yourself and take care of yourself. I'm also going to give a quick warning to anybody. The exercise redeem is not currently working. I've got 2 broken ribs, so I am not lifting weights right now. So if you redeem that, I will refund you after stream. But I am not doing any of the exercises, and I'm going to disable that for a couple weeks, I think, until I can move around without feeling my bones crunching on each other. Exactly! Exactly. Okay, let's take a look at this flagon. First World Eater is done. Can I bring this up on stream? Well, just before I bring it up, are you okay if I bring it up? Okay. And so just reference anybody. I do feedback on models. However, feedback is always based on where people are at. So if it ever sounds like I'm tearing somebody apart for something that is absolutely gorgeous, you when you're doing feedback, you always have to judge based on where they're at, not, you know, where you are or anything else. So bring that up here. And that, for starters, flagon. I'm going to just say that's exactly what you should be like. If you put together an army of that, that would be incredible. That's about as far as I typically want to take a tabletop model myself. If it's something I'm like going to be using a lot at the gaming store or anything like that. So anything that could be getting damaged, anything that's going to be getting handled by a lot of people, and anything that I have to produce, between 20 and 100 of, that is really clean, really sharp. You've got all your details. You've got really nice contrast on that, and it's replicatable. It's that perfect mixture of, it looks good, but it also, on the front, I really like it as well. So one thing here, right there on the thigh, you're going to want to bring your highlight up a bit, just because, let's go to the back of the model here again. So see, you've got that really, really good crispy white there. To have both front legs falling into shadow like that, or into gore, you're going to want to bring one element of cleanliness right there. And I would probably just do a touch of your ivory through here, just to get the front of the model to read a little bit more with that color. The gore looks great. The eyes look great. The face looks awesome. Like, I love that. You got nice texture going on there. You got, honestly, what looks like burning on his face. Like, it looks like the gear and the metal is all burnt on and melted onto his skin, which I love seeing that. You still get some of the color coming through on here. However, I will say, the shoulder pads are not going to really see much gore past this section here. And the chainsword, so the chainsword arm is probably not going to get it on the shoulder much. And if it does go onto the shoulder of the alternate arm, it's going to stop at about the halfway point. So you've brought your blood just a little bit too far back on the shoulders. But, I mean, dude, that's awesome. I'd love to play against those. If somebody showed up at my hobby store, or somebody shows up at the hobby store with a whole table of those. Is the okay? Oh, feedback channel. Yeah, we'll pull that one up. Sorry, I'm running single monitor right now. So and feedback requests. I missed one there. Trying some flayed skin. Ooh. So what I would do, I'm gonna grab something to give a little bit of an example on flayed skin because your texture is incredible. I really like what you're doing with that. I want to see more color though. I want to see more varieties in colors because you've got different pieces of people sewn together, and these all read as if they came off of the same person. And that's my only issue with it, is it looks like one person got skinned. And typically when you're doing a cloak made of flayed skin, you're going to want it to look like multiple different people have been sewn together. So, I mean, your texturing is phenomenal. I want to be super clear here. And the fact that I can see little capillaries and aging on the skin and like that is so good. I love what you've done with the skin here. But I want to see different colors brought in through here. So what I would do is I would start to bring some thin glazes in of like a green or like a purple to show different stages of putrefaction. You can work some yellows in or around the stitching. You can do just little tiny spots of different colors and work them in and then blend them out because this skin looks healthy and alive. That is, again, one of my things with that is that skin looks very healthy and living. So that's the only. To be fair, in context, it's kind of unhinged too. But gore is something I do I personally feel I do very well. But yeah, let me grab an example here really quickly. I've got a model in the other room. So again, this is not going to be the best example, Flagon, because this is just like a tabletop model, but it's also to kind of show a little bit of what I'm talking about here, and how when I did this flayed skin cloak, see how I was able to achieve the effect by using 3 different colored washes, and then it looks like multiple different things have been sewn together. But I would say if you're wanting to go for flayed skin, bring your reds down. So start working away from your red a bit. Start working more towards yellows, purples, and greens. Because you're going to want to capture that element of putrefaction and rot that you're going to see on flayed skin. Like flayed skin is going to rot. It's going to have meat on it. You can have areas, if you want areas that are fresh, you can have those very red. But typically I would want to work a few other colors in. Other than that, dude, that is, if you were going for burnt skin, like if you did that on a person, like if you did that on half of a model's face, you'd get a full-blown like looking like the Hound, like they got their face melted off. That is some of the best looking burnt skin I've seen. It just doesn't have that rot that it needs. Not all. In case that's my wife, I'm going to check. Nope. But I don't feel like listening to that ring. All right, so welcome in, Raiders. My name is Studio Boneless. I paint toys out of Canada. Anybody is from the Great White North and looking to get armies or anything done, feel free to reach out. If you are not based out of Canada, though, however, I cannot I can do Europe. I can't do US. So if you're US based and looking to get any armies done, I can put you in touch with some great people. Yeah, I do mostly commissions. And then I'm working on one right now, and where is it? I'll grab that now that I've got the gloves done. That one, okay. I am working on, so again, so I do like this kind of stuff. And then also, I try to do it at least once to twice a week. I like to do my display painting. So this is the piece I'm currently working on. This is going to be coming with me to SMC. And it has been kicking my ass for the better part of a couple months, but it is really coming together now, I think. I think it's really starting to come together. I think especially around the forehead, like working into the correct layer height and getting the capillaries to read like they're under the skin, like so helping out with the blood poisoning effect. I'm quite pleased with. If anybody is a fan of the show Primal, the color palette for that one and the theme for that one comes from the episode Plague of Madness. I really like Gendy Tartakovsky's artwork, and you know, it's weird to be taking like a cartoon that has very simple colors and trying to translate them into miniature. But yeah, that's the reference art that I'm using, and my color palette I'm using is the episode of Primal Plague of Madness. Which also on the topic of Primal, I'm not sure if anybody knows. I've talked about this a little bit. Gendy Tartakovsky announced he is going to be doing he got the rights to do the Conan the Barbarian cartoon. So his newest upcoming project is going to be a Conan cartoon, which I am excited about. Like I thought Primal kicked ass. I like all of his work he's done with Adult Swim, other than like, you know, he's kind of like the last bastion of traditional 2D animation. I think that's part of why I love Gendy's work. Seems like a perfect fit. I think it is, especially considering that, again, Primal, like, Gendy's acknowledged more than once that Primal is a legally safe exploration of the Thurian Age. He straight up said that he got the idea for it after reading R.E. Hauer's book, Fang and Spear, which takes place during... It's because it's based on Howard's writing. In the like I'm not even I don't even know how else to explain that other than yeah, it's like it's based on a book called Fang and Spear. I mean, the main characters are named Fang and Spear, and it's really good. It's really good. If anybody gets the chance to ever read Fang and Spear, it is one of like the best pulp novel. It's like just great pulp fantasy. It's about a caveman and his dinosaur trying to escape fucking Iron Age horrors. And like all the shit that can get thrown at them. But yeah, after how well, like, I don't know. I thought Primal season 3 wrapped up nicely. I don't think that we need any more Primal. Personally, I think we've seen enough of it. I don't think that there's much. I don't think there's more story. Like, there might be. There might be. I don't feel that there are stories to tell the same way anymore within it, though. You know, I felt everything wrapped up. And anything more is, I don't know. And I think the other reason why I think a Gendy Conan would be great is because like it's not it's not they're not dialogue heavy books or novels. R.E. Howard's work is very no, I don't know what the best word I'm going to use for it is, but he's very very descriptive without a lot of conversation happening. I mean, like the Hyborian essay, which we read, is like 40 pages of it, it's like a literal 40-page essay that I read on stream. And also, brutal read. Very hard to read. And it required me to change my language quite a bit because there were a lot of words in that I'm not going to say live. In fact, actually, I'm not sure I'm going to do Howard again anytime soon because I need to pre-read the stuff to make sure I've got I got to pre-read it. Let's put it that way. Now, next up on the shout-out list was Cryochi. Oh, I already did that one, so that would be Katie Lou Who. Anybody does not know Katie Lou? Again, great painter, great streamer, artist, minis, and you. Make sure to give them the love and support they deserve. Not me. I'm just a silly goose. Exactly. Exactly why you fit in around here, and exactly why I tell people that you would be a great fit. Grab the hands. Oh. And one more round of gloves, and then we've gotten those done too. And letting the contrast kind of do its thing for us. Yeah, just gonna go back one more time, Flagon. That skin looks incredible. I actually, again, I just want to say I really, really like it. And I'm probably gonna ask you about how you did that at some point, because um, it looks like you've spent some time on that. Oh, ooh, good. I'm definitely interested in learning how you did that. About 10 minutes. Sponge? That'd be my other guess. Then did you sponging or like stippling? Okay. I'm gonna add a little bit of my bright yellow green down. Stippling is such an like, dude. Stippling is actually such an OP technique. Like, how to make it look like you spent way more time on your model than you ever did. Learn stippling. It is. I don't know what it is about it. It's just like it's so good. Okay, I'm gonna do some power swords really quickly. We're gonna do OG energy effects. I'll clean them up with an airbrush after the fact. Let's get everybody who's got a green weapon, which is 6 of them. Take those 4 off the side. Ivory base coat. Oil-based color pencil to draw the veins. Then stippled on a few different contrasts over it. Ooh! I've never even considered using my oil cores for that. That's actually quite smart, because I do actually have a full set of polychromos. That I very rarely use, because unfortunately, my illustration is just, like, I don't know. And then get the quick sketch on the sword. And the nice thing, again, with energy effects, you just kind of want to be fast and loose when you're starting. We're going to work them up brighter and brighter and brighter. We're going to fuzz them out. Might reinforce them, hit them with a fluo. Who knows? Play around. We'll have some fun. We'll get them looking good and interesting. Here's the thing. The lighting on it might not be correct at the end of it, but they're going to look fun, interesting, and nobody's really going to care. Because that's really the beauty of your gaming pieces, right? Is doesn't actually have to be lit perfectly. A lot of the stuff you'll see me do when I'm doing my tabletop pieces, if you're new here, I'll just clarify. You'll see me doing things that are technically incorrect. You'll see me putting light in the wrong spots. You'll see me doing certain things to just, make the model look more visually appealing while not being technically correct. And I'm aware it's not technically correct. I'm not going for technically correct. On my try-hard pieces, on my busts, on some of my bigger stuff, I do take my lighting into proper consideration. But for my rank and file stuff, and for just my troops, I am less concerned about is the lighting correct and more concerned about does it look good. That's always my approach. I saw an amazing Reddit post about 6 months ago. It involved Uhu glue to add texture. One of my buddies has a really cool trick where he literally applies mordant earth on the shoulder pads of his Legion of the Damned. So he'll literally paint on the lava effect underneath, and then he'll apply mordant earth over top of it and literally use the crackle paste and the texture paste to then break it apart. That's all good, man. I don't expect you to find a Reddit post from 6 months ago. Conceptually, it makes sense. Excellent. Gonna go right into my next bright green. What we're gonna do now is just focus on those like ripples. I don't know what we're gonna call them, but we're gonna grab all of those with just lime green now. And try not to peel up previous layers while doing this. Also, the sign up for my sign up for the Blood Bowl or the next season of Blood Bowl starting soon at my gaming store. And I'm wondering, not only like I think I'm almost definitely going to join because it's one game a week. I can make one game a week, but I don't know what team I want to play because I have 6 Blood Bowl teams painted and ready to go. I do not know which one I actually want to use. I know that like I might play Boneless's Bony Boys, which is what I named my undead team. My shambling undead team is the is boneless or Studio Boneless's Boneless Boy or Studio Boneless's Bony Boys. Boneless Bony Boys. We've got the Little Roses, which is my dwarf team. We do have the Little Roses we could play as. Got the White Glove treatment, which is my Bretonians. The White Glove treatment, which is my Bretonians. There's also the Boozy Bruisers. My Norska team. I haven't named my Tomb Kings. Although I do have a Tomb Kings team as well. As well as a Seraphon team I haven't named. So we also have Lizards. So yeah, with the upcoming season of Blood Bowl, I'm going to join at my hobby store. I'm really just trying to figure out what Blood Bowl team should I play. I have 6 of them painted and ready to go. Although I'm considering a 7th soon. I just don't know what team I want to do next. Start getting the energy transitions going through the swords. And this is like the OG 90s, how to paint a sword like 90s style. But it looks, I personally still love this method for power swords. I think it looks awesome. Hello, Cal. How you doing today? Hope you're having a great one so far. Been a really good Thursday for me so far. I'm glad I went live. My ibuprofen is working, so I'm not feeling my ribs too much right now, which is nice. Not feeling my ribs is really the nice part. Someone was an idiot and got himself injured on the weekend. There we go. Got that sword done. Let's come through to this one again. There we go. Ouch. Hint, don't get injured. Yeah. Yeah, 32 is a little bit old to be in the mosh pit. At least it's a little too old for a wall of death, that's for sure. And gonna grab some now yellow and mix gold yellow into my bright yellow green. Which is gonna give me a super duper yellowy green now. This is gonna be a really nice color. Go to the swords first. Start getting that glowing green blade. Models are looking fantastic. Thank you. Been working on them for a little over 5 hours today. Been a bit of quiet one. No, the stream. Been a quiet day. Nice. Nothing stressful. Started reading the news before work and actually got myself to stop before I went down in a spiral, or like before I started spiraling. Which I'm quite proud of. I'm really bad for reading too much news. So quite happy about that. There we go. You did good. I'm not bad. I'm bad for not reading enough news. Oh, dude, honestly, just don't bother. Just don't bother. It's important. I mean, I don't want to say that if it's important, you'll hear about it, but take it from like somebody who just actually reads the newspaper that it's like it never makes me feel good. I never have ever since I started reading the newspaper, I have fewer good days. Like there's a direct correlation between bad days and reading the newspaper. At least for me. But it was, the news is exceptionally bad for my mental health, so puts me in a bad mood. Like when I'm reading about like fucking Canada pulling out of the Paris Climate Agreement before work today, or before stream today, and I'm trying to like not be mad about that. We're gonna get that middle section of these. Slightly. Fuck. Ow, ow, ow. Okay. Ibuprofen is wearing off. Might have to go grab some more of that soon. see, we're just going to get these glowing green maces. I don't even know if these are supposed to be power weapons. I just like the idea of them glowing green, you know? Okay, now I'm going to go to pure yellow. I'm going back to the swords. Now we want to start making the edge highlight more and more uneven. Because we're going to try and get hot and cold spots on the sword. We can get the effect that the energy is moving. And again, a lot of it is just working in brighter and brighter colors. The very bright yellow. Your army, your weapons look like power weapons. I'm forever wanting to make orc weapons stand out. Orc weapons are easy to make stand out. You can do a lot of really cool stuff with orc weapons. Number one, consider painting the gun casings a fun color. That's a really good way to add a pop of extra bit into it. There's absolutely no reason an orc power claw can't be glowing fucking red. There's nothing in Warhammer lore that says there's no like energy claws in the orcs. Make it an energy claw. You know, these aren't actually energy weapons, but I'm painting them to be. Why? I think it looks cool. Do the same thing with your orcs. You know? If you want them to look a specific way, paint them however you want them to look, because they only have to make you happy. Don't like your color scheme? Sucks to suck. Orcs have whatever. Exactly. Exactly. Plagan. Like orcs can have whatever you want them to have because they're orcs. That is again, it's the beauty of them. It is that honestly, it was that freedom to them that first drew me to them as an army. Again, bit of ice yellow now to get that really, really bright spots in the sword. There you go. You get that energy passing through the blade. Same thing. Next one, little ice yellow. Find the areas that you got the bright spots on. So that would be right here. Right here. And there. Boom. Get that nice kind of energy pass through. And then we're going to come through with a final little glaze. We're going to do one more highlight on the swords and the energy weapons just to give, well, the swords only. The energy weapons, this is their final highlight. There we go. A little bit on the marks to stop painting to help in learning the paint skills. We often have to take breaks for health reasons or for various reasons. There's nothing wrong with that. As long as we find our way back when we can. I've taken lots of breaks from painting. Although recently I haven't. I've been I paint every day. I can't help it. I'm fortunate and blessed to be in a position where I get to do this for work. So I have the opportunity to paint almost every single day. Um that really is a beauty, is that I get to focus on my models and my painting whenever I see fit, because been packing, moving a lot of furniture the last few weeks, hands sore, it's physically difficult to paint recently. Yeah, well, dude, I will always say moving is always a physical, like moving is always a challenge. I mean, it was pretty stressful keeping my studio up and running as late into the move as I did, because I think we only shut down for what, 2 days, guys? I think when I moved house, we only shut it down for 2 days before we were back doing kitchen streams. But like that was really stressful because, you know, trying to figure out what I can get away with not packing right until the last minute so we could keep the studio running for as long as we can. So, yeah, moving is not a fun one. Maybe a little bit of ivory now. I'm going to use ivory just on the power swords. And on maybe on the candles and the parchment as well. Let's grab ivory for the power, for this really quick first. This one does not go on the weapons, or this one doesn't go on the maces. They're done. That off the maces. Power swords. You did great for only 2 days without a studio. I panicked. And my wife helped out a lot with that. I mean, I also couldn't afford to be shut down longer than that. Now, see, I'm bringing in just a little bit of ivory into a couple of spots, but we're not even bringing it onto the blade. We're just getting the areas where I feel like the edges of the sword are going to be their absolute hottest. It gives us that nice, crispy transitioning edge. Next up, let's get the parchment and the candles. And use just a little bit of this, just at the tops, keep the bottom half, so we get a nice little 2-color workup on the wax. As for the purity seals, come in thin. This is a 3-color workup, so good enough. There we go. Some final highlights on the parchment. Oh, hell yeah. We'll be neighbors. Seattle fucking rules. Like, genuinely, I mean, you've heard me speak about Seattle before. I have very high opinions of the city. I love it there. Even, and like all of the small surrounding towns too, like Bellingham and Everett and all that, like it's all rad. Always felt very welcome there as a Canadian. And just culturally very similar. I don't feel that way with the rest of with many of the other states. But I also don't feel that way with really many other provinces, which is why I, again, really, I have very fond opinion or very high opinions of Washington State. Despite, again, being the only place I've ever been unironically called a hoser. That is the other thing. Just Bellingham is the only place where I've unironically been called a hoser. As an insult. Which, if anybody does not know where the term hoser comes from, a hoser is the person who sprays water on the ice before the Zamboni drives across. But a hoser is a real job, and it is an actual thing. But if anybody was ever wondering where that term came from for making fun of Canadians, the guy who sprays water on the ice before the Zamboni drives across it. Like, probably the most Canadian job in the world. Being a hoser. Politeness? I appreciate you commenting that it's politeness and not niceness. Canadians aren't nice, they're polite. But I appreciate that distinction. We do our best. I mean, I'd love to move to Queensland when it's warmer, but the bank says no. That's why I'm in the warmest part of Canada. Or one of the warmest parts. But like I'm so far west, I don't even live in the continental North America. Although, yeah, if you're moving up to Seattle, Flag, and next time next time we're having a big tournament happening, I'll let you know, because you can catch the black ball up here for like $80. But we'll actually be like, our cities are connected by boat. You can get you can take a ferry from Seattle to here. Not my city directly. It's still like another hour drive, but I don't know. It was funny. I was talking to my partner recently, and like, I'd like to figure out a large or how to book like a gaming convention or like how that starts or like a Warhammer con is got such a massive wargaming community in BC and Washington that like I really feel that we need our own for the West Coast. $30 cooler in Seattle than what I currently am. That sounds awesome. Does it? I didn't know. Like, if I knew Seattle had one, I'll travel for that. No problem. I can drive down to Seattle. Tacoma open? No, I'll go next year. Like, if I know that there's one there, I can very easily commit to that because I don't even have to get on a plane. I can drive. Tacoma is like, I don't know, including the ferry, including the ferry, it's like 4 hours. Not including the ferry, it's 2 hours. Like, I can drive there in about 2 hours. Tacoma is a popular destination in BC to buy your car. It's actually very common for people where I live to just cross the border and buy it down in Tacoma. I don't know why. It's a popular city for car shopping. But yeah, I'll hit that up. Or I could even reach out to them about it, see if they're looking for any like creator partners. Right? So that's what I was going to get at. We have been talking about wanting to set one up on the island, but the biggest issue I'm running into is that we do not have enough. So we have a great conference center here that is actually like affordable to rent and well, that's just it, right? Like if I were to talk within 6 hours travel of here, Cal, there are roughly 9 million people. There are 3 of the largest metropolitans on the West Coast within 2 hours of where I live. Like the 3 largest cities on the West Coast that are not including any of the ones in California, because California has bigger cities. But like, yeah, that we have a huge pool to pull from. But the biggest issue is that there's no Faye Story. She lives south of Seattle. It tends to come over. I do know Faye Story. I'll reach out to her about that. I don't like know them well, but yeah. So the biggest issue is or the biggest issue that I've run into is or the biggest issue I've run into is that so the town I live in has this great conference center that would be great for hosting a game or like for hosting a convention. But then we run into one problem. We don't have enough hotel accommodation. Like the city does not actually have enough hotel accommodation to have more than 1,000 tourists in the city at a given time. But we're actually extremely limited on our hotel rooms, which is where the problems come in. I don't see people staying at a hotel more than, an hour and a half drive if it means, you have to rent a car as well. I'm taking a thinned out green fluo and just pulling it over the swords to use it as a glaze and just smooth out all the greens, bring them to each other. That include Airbnb. Airbnbs are illegal where I live. Airbnbs are illegal in BC. We have them, but you're only allowed to Airbnb your primary residence, and you have to live on the residence as well. So, you're only allowed to Airbnb a lower suite, essentially. But we banned Airbnbs.
It's part of why it's actually one downside to it, Flagon, is it fucked our housing market up a lot right now because all of before the banning, all the condos we were building were being designed to be turned into Airbnbs. So we have a surplus of like 300 square foot units that no one will buy. And people won't pay market rent for them because they don't want to live in them. So we're actually, it's kind of funny. We allowed developers. It absolutely does. It absolutely does, Flagon. And I agree with you. But yeah, it's funny because the news will always try to frame it as like, oh, but what about the small mom and pop landlords? And that's just it, man. Like, I'll say this. For $700 a month, I'll live in that. Honestly, for $700 a night, I would rent one. Or sorry, if I could get one for around $700 for like a nice 300 square foot, I'd actually move my studio out of my fucking house, you know? If I could get something like, you know, if I could get something half decent at a decent price point, like those units would make those new units that were built, they'd make great private studios and art studios and things, or like independent or for like small indie businesses. At the end of the day, I can't justify more than like 5 to 7, like honestly on the high end, I can't justify really more than a few $100 rent. When I was talking to the gaming store about it previously, because like when we were moving out to the farm, I was talking to my hobby store asking if I could rent a studio from them because I wasn't gonna have access to, or like wasn't gonna have access to groundwater, or I wasn't gonna be on city water. I was gonna be on a well. So because we were gonna be on a finite water supply, I wanted to organize ahead of time. Okay. These guys are all up to like the baseline tabletop right now. The next step on them is going to be to do my edge highlighting on the armor, which I'm not going to do on stream because I don't feel like going around and doing a bunch of edge highlighting for another hour. It'll take me about 2 hours to do all the edge highlights. Don't feel like doing that, so I'll probably do that during Jinxie's stream tomorrow night.
Shorzy, you ready?
Ooh, got a raid coming in from Valq.
You're going.
Yeah. Welcome in, Val.
Frankie, you ready? You're going.
Yeah.
Judy, you ready?
Let's fucking go, Sanger.
Good, because you're going.
Yeah.
Hitch, you ready?
All hands,
Good,
boys.
because you're going.
Yeah.
Dolo, run him up and fill him in.
Une fois, mon Sanger.
Good, because you're fucking going.
Yeah.
The best goalie in the no-show, Michaels, you ready?
You damn right, Sanger.
Good, because you're fucking going.
Yeah.
Pack mentality, boys.
Welcome in, Val. What were you working on today? Hope you're having a great day so far. And welcome in, Raiders. I'm sure most of you know me already. I'm Studio Boneless. I paint toys for a living. If you're unaware, I paint toys for a living. Thursdays, Fridays, Sundays, and Mondays. More nitties tonight. Ooh. Got any photos for us, or do you want to drop a link to your Insta or anything? Because you know we are link friendly in here. And again, if anybody doesn't know Value, they're a great painter, a great person, and a very funny person who shows tons of support for the minis community. So make sure that we're giving them all the love and support that they deserve. Make sure they're getting all the love and support that they deserve. Welcome in, Raiders. I'm going to take a little bit of my sunrise blue now that I can find it. Yay! I put that down, and so I can color in some hair. What else do I want to do before we wrap for the day? You know what? Let's have some fun for the end of it. Let's get goopy. I know people like slime, and I know people like goop, so we'll teach you how to goop some slime. A bit of water really quickly. That. Let's get goopy. Exactly. Also, welcome back, Jinx.
The energy is returned. And with the hair, don't worry about getting it in the gold details. We'll just repaint those afterwards. Honestly, easier to paint the hair, get that all looking good, and then go in and clean up the gold afterwards. However, see how it kind of pooled over the face there like this? We're just going to come in and we're going to clean that up. Well, welcome in, Raiders. We're having a great day so far. Got about another 40 minutes left in the show. Maybe longer. I don't know, man. I've been just painting. Every time I keep saying I'm going to like probably wrap it early, and then I'm just not doing it because I'm having a great day. I'm sure all of you know how that goes. I'm working on my Sisters of Battle right now, so this is some non-commission stuff. I'm ready to deliver my next commission that's sitting behind me here. Although I can't really work on it on stream, I have been putting together a display board for the chaos so I can do some proper photos. I'm gonna adjust. Oh god, oh fuck. Oh fuck. Fuck. Ow. Also, I broke my ribs this weekend, if you didn't know. Again, for anybody that does not wonder why I keep like having those moments. Yeah, that was not the direction to bend. Not the way to bend. That was not the right way to bend. Working on a display board for the chaos. It's ready for painting. Stop hurting yourself. Ah, it happens. I'm still young. I'm still bounce back from these types of things. Although, yeah, I'm actively having that moment of trying to take it and hurt myself less. Okay. There's two things I could do right now. One is I could work on the metallics, which means I'm going to have to contaminate my water. The other is I'm going to edge highlight the... And finally, I can do the lava. So you know what we're going to do here? We are going to highlight some of the gold a little bit. Put your good brush away, and we're going to swap back to a different one. I'm old. I mean, I feel old, but I'm not actually old. I joke about being old. I say I'm old, but I'm not. I'm quite young. Yeah, I'm a wee lad. I'm but a wee lad. You guys can kind of tell by the color difference there that this is going to work as the highlight to the gold that we've applied on all these guys. It's a very yellowy gold, or it's a very grainy gold. I don't know. A lot of people really don't seem to like this color. I find it works really well for these models, though. And what we're going to do is we're actually going to use a wash over the gold again at the end. So don't worry too much again if you get it in the recesses. Right now you're focusing on just placement of gold. So again, just to be clear, don't worry as much about your recesses and being like, oh, he wiped out more than he meant to. Okay. And clean it all up. Don't wipe out all your colors, but, you know, keep it stress-free. You're in your 60s? Almost. You know what? Most people I know in their 50s are aging much more gracefully than they used to. I don't know what it is. I genuinely do not know what it is about Gen Xers, but they're aging way more gracefully. Tell me I'm wrong. Tell me Gen Xers did not age way more gracefully than boomers. I'll say that because I don't think I have a boomer audience at all. I've actually, it's for fun fact, I've checked. There's not a single boomer in my audience, so I can get away with saying that without offending anybody. Y'all Gen Xers aged way better. Again, still better than the boomers did. Although us millennials don't seem to age at all. Like, the millennials just do not seem to age. Very few of us look like we're 30, 40 years old. Because we had to adult and look after ourselves as children, and now we're as adults. Exactly. Honestly, I've never been so called out by a single comment before, Jinx. Woke one day, my hair. See, I have some grays, but thankfully my hair's thinning enough that you can't see. Great, it's great. But I am graying on the sides a bit now. Okay, I got the. I'll go for the silver fox thing. Men gray wonderfully. It's kind of the perk of being a guy. Is graying is honestly it's the unfair thing about being a dude. Like we just get better looking with gray hair. Just makes us look sophisticated, you know. Like if you end up graying young as a dude, as a guy, it's a great look. I know a few guys that went like gray white in their 20s, and it was like just like, look, I was jealous. They still had like the thick hair, but they had like the George Clooney fucking hair at like 22. And as we're just very carefully confirm as somebody started going silver gray when I was 29, right? It's not even fair. My grandson gets parents. That's nice. See, we my partner and I do not have any children yet, although that's probably going to change in the next year or two. Those golds looking better and better. Yeah, see, so we're not at that stage where it's going to be like we can give them back. However, it is really nice because we were talking about it. I think honestly, I think it was just the other day, honestly. And like my wife was mentioning that like some of her concerns are financial related, obviously, because having kids is fucking expensive. Made the comment that she's like, you do okay for yourself, but it's not like it's not like the studio's doing great. And I did tell her that I was like, you're absolutely right. However, we have one major advantage that most people don't. And she's like, that brings the cost of having a kid way down. And she's like, well, what's that? And I was like, I work from home. We don't need childcare. Like, that's the part at the end of the day that I think that she hadn't really thought about. There's the flip side. It's like, I make less money, but we save like $30,000 in childcare. You know, it's regular for childcare to be quite expensive. And getting into one of the $10 a days. Well, that's just it, right? Like, it's trying to tell. It was us being able to have that conversation, right? And like saying that it's like, you know, yes, it sucks that we both don't have like high paying full time jobs. However, on the flip side of that, I work from home, so I can just, you know, save significantly. Or like, I was like, there's significant savings in not having to, you know, pay for certain things. You know, telling her ahead of time, they're not fucking playing hockey. Oh, Jinx, that's so something to note is we would I'd probably change my schedule for that. That is not assuming that I would be able to do both at the same time. At least be able to. I don't think I'd be able to do it live. However, I would just slightly adjust my schedule. Go live when my wife gets home instead, and we do the trade. I'd watch the kid while she's at work, and then she gets home, and I'd make dinner, and you know, and then I would go live, and she'd watch the kid while I work. I was a stay-at-home parent. That's exactly it. That's the exactly what I'm saying, Cal. Is that it's like it is the one advantage to what I do is like I work part time. It's also different though. It's also different with yours, right? Like nobody enjoys children that aren't theirs. I personally believe my own kid. You know, I personally don't understand. Like I don't like being around other people's kids. They're loud. And I mean, you were also a piercer, Jinx, so you probably had to deal with fucking like the most annoying parts of dealing with children. Barely enjoy my own. I wouldn't do homeschooling. French immersion, ideally, if I can get them into it. I would want them going into one of our bilingual, or I would want them going into a bilingual program. But it's also, you know, again, like we had some of the conversations and things like, so obviously, you know, like we're not doing hockey, right? Like making sure she understands that I'm like, our kid won't, I was like, they're not fucking playing hockey. I don't care how bad they want to do it. They're not playing hockey. Why? Because we can't fucking afford for them to play hockey. And the other two were neurotypical. Yeah. So I'm like high functioning Asperger's, and my brother had ADHD, so kind of similar. I don't think it comes as a surprise to anybody that I'm Asperger's, though. Like, I think genuinely no one is shocked when they hear that. They're just like, yeah, he's a Twitch streamer and a miniature painter. Yeah, mixing some silver into the gold now for an even brighter mixture. It's going to be my final highlight on the golds. And we'll come through and we're going to apply a wash over the gold. Yeah. Most people notice it when I start talking about art generally because they're like, why does he know so much about this? And like for somebody who hasn't been to school, and why won't he shut up? There we go. Got the brighter gold on the helmet. But yeah, and I know a lot of people don't like that term anymore. I personally don't mind using it. I know, again, it's contentious. I personally don't mind saying I've got Asperger's because I do, and that was what I was diagnosed with. So yes, the language has shifted. However, I don't know. It's weird to me that it's people without my disability telling me what I am and am not allowed to call myself. That's always bothered me. Screens gaming, right? Hell yeah. I stuttered when I was younger. We fixed it though I fixed my stutter by taking theater and learning when to pause and learning how to take intentional pauses when I speak. So I'll often pause in the middle of a sentence in ways that are not normal, or I'll hold certain vowels or letters longer than I should so I don't start my stutter. And got the gold on the sword there. Keep it focused around the tops of the models. But yeah, that was one that always confused me because it was being told that it's like, you're not supposed to use that anymore. And it's like, why? There's no definition of normal. I think it's going to change for everybody, especially because the definitions of normal are 100% cultural as well as societal. What we do deem normal here may or may not be normal elsewhere, but normal is a relativity to the experience of the person. I thought I had a normal high school experience until I talked to other people. And then I found out that what I went through and like the types of like, gang issues and gang violence that my school had was not normal. Finding out some of the problems my school had after the fact was not the norm. And it's like, oh, like you guys don't, most your school didn't go on lockdown like on average of 4 or 5 times a year. Like we'd be on lockdown once every 2 months. They'd always say it's a drill, it's a drill. It was never a fucking drill. It was never a drill. But yeah, we the school I went to had problems, and it's funny because yeah, you mentioned the normal thing, and that's my favorite example of it. Is like I always thought I had a normal childhood and a normal youth. And I started talking to people, and I realized I had a very abnormal childhood and a very, very, very abnormal adolescence. Yeah, my principal laid out a student. Kid took a swing at him. Principal laid him the fuck out. Technically, it was the vice principal, but still. Fucking dropped him with a right cross. So that's what you want to see, like just full-grown principal. Boom! Pity the principal didn't have that skill. All the teachers in my school were quite, not all of them, but a significant portion of them were fairly physically imposing because I found out after the fact. I went to an alternative school, or a school that had a very large alternative program for violent youth who had been expelled from multiple schools. So my school used to take in had an alternative program for violent youth. I didn't really understand why my school had as many problems as it did until I understood that we had that program, really. Which is good because kids need an education, but on the flip side, it's also sometimes it leads to the other kids not getting the education they need. All right, we got the gold highlighted. Give that a moment to dry. We're going to pull Cygor Brown over all the gold details just to get some of the definition back in it. And then we're going to let them dry. And then I'm going to do some goop, and then we're going to call it there. Because that'll be... I've been painting for just over 6 and a bit hours. So... But that was always the downside to the alternative school growing up, is that, like, while everybody has the right to an education and while everybody deserves an education, unfortunately, the blended model that I was a part of meant that a lot of kids who didn't need extra supports didn't get education that they needed due to the fact that it was focused on the other groups. I actually don't know that answer. I was going to be like, I have no idea how old Jenks is. There's something I've never asked, mostly because I don't ask people. I know I'm the baby. Okay. And then I'm going to come through. The base rim's black while that's drying, or while the gold dries enough for me to come in with the final step on that. Oh, at least at 10, they're at the, getting into like the more... that's kind of the age where they start becoming a person. That's how I've always felt. Like, it's like that's kind of the age where they kind of take all of the little things they're learning and start to build their identity. It's fun. And same thing. We're just going around, getting all those base rims looking their best. And what am I doing right now? You know what? I'm gonna add a few drops of flowy to this pot because this paint is really thick. Actually drying really fast too. I'm actually gonna use a combo. I'm gonna use a little bit of flowy and a little bit of thinner. So airbrush thinner is a nice paint medium. Just clear medium doesn't really change the composition of the paint. However, a flow improver is a retarder. It is going to slow your drying time significantly, or you can use it to slow your drying times. But right now, I'm complaining that my paint is drying too fast. Like Boy Scouts or like Scouts of America or I don't know. I think that's what you're saying. So adding some thinner or some flow improver to that, gonna help this flow a bit better. That also means you got to go out and do all those things, though, too. This, the flip side is I'm going to love. No worries, Value. I hope you have an amazing rest of your night. There's one more quick shout out for you there. Again, if anybody's not familiar with Value, absolutely amazing person. Thank you for the raid, and I will try to take good care of the class for you. I keep saying I'm going to be wrapping up soon and then just keep painting. I might reach out to my hobby store as well and see if they need a studio painter. Because I'm trying to book more jobs right now. And that's like the stablest way to be, or like that's the stablest work as a commission painter is if you can get a studio position. Where you're just like, brown belt in karate? Ooh, I did karate growing up. And I know a lot of people will make fun of karate, but take it from a guy who ended up doing, actual, combat sports in my adult life. Karate was a great fucking base. Like, I don't know. I'll say, like, Jinx, you've seen that I can just throw head kicks out of nowhere, because I do it on stream all the time just to show off that I can. That's 100% from karate. Like, that is 100% from doing karate as a kid. I never lost the mobility. I always kind of kept with it a little bit, just kind of practicing my kicks here and there. And, yeah, honestly, like I just to comment on that, like, it's you'll see some commentary about it now. People will be like, "Oh, karate," and it's a great martial art, and it's also one of my favorite ones for kids because they're not going to take anywhere near as much head trauma as you would in like a traditional combat sport, as they're not doing hard sparring. So they're getting the familiarity, they're training the muscles, they're learning the movements, but they're not. Welcome in, Mark UK. Hope you're having an excellent day. Well, I know it's pretty late for you right now. Did you find your way in from the Value raid, or are you just chilling and enjoying your time? Yeah, like I have a karate base, and I love it. It is gotten me wonderful life. But like, as much as I'm a big proponent of boxing, I don't think anybody under the age of 13, 14 should box. Just joined after seeing online. Oh, hell yeah. Well, welcome in. We're having a pretty good one today, I think. Got rated by Phoenix Miniatures and Value. Got some great people hanging out. Couple people followed. Just an overall awesome day. Base Rams then done. Just don't stop. And adjust. Hell yeah. Did a bit of Shotokan, but mostly Kung Fu. Shotokan's great. Well, Shotokan is one of the only ones that has contact, though. So, like, I will say, Shotokan does hard sparring usually. So, like, while I say karate is often, mostly your kata and that, they tend to kick the shit out of each other in Shotokan. Like Georges Saint Pierre is a Shotokan base, and I think so is Wonderboy Thompson. I'm pretty sure both GSP and Wonderboy are karate base. I'll be and Michael Venom Page. I'll be 1 second. I gotta pee. And we are back. And I just sat down too fast, and that hurt. Meh. Everything hurts because I'm old. What's the other thing? You are. I was looking for my bottle of airbrush thinner. Is my Cygor brown is about to become a lot less brown. Completed the bus just in time for the online comp. Ooh. Got any pics? You want to share? Or are they up in the Discord? Or from the bottom in community miniatures? Oh, this isn't the one I saw earlier today, is it? I'm gonna pull this up already. What's one? I did. I'm gonna bring you up on stream here, actually, because this is really good job on the skin, dude. I know you're not looking for feedback on it. If you wanted to, you could bring a tiny, super thin blue across just the bicep vein. But great looking skin, nice and smooth. Really good job on your blends, Mark. That is the best I've seen out of you. That is the best I've seen out of you. And honestly, like, yeah, we're getting into if you wanted to get some cold areas in there, like, yeah, that's where we're getting into the part now where it's like, okay, here's how you could maybe bring some blues into some parts of the skin to then get but like, it's really good. Massive improvement on that, and really on your understanding of how like your blends. Now we're gonna do our last step here. That's a little bit too dark. I'm gonna add a few drops. So what we're gonna do here is we're gonna take some Cygor Brown on the palette. And then where is my pink? I need my pink paint. I'm gonna add a little bit of Volupus pink into the brown. I'm gonna add some water to it as well, just thin it out a bit. That's better. Now we're gonna take this and essentially just pull it over all of our gold. This will help us get some of that depth of color back. Okay. Nothing's what you got. 60-hour work week, 60 hours of sweat. And still have one good studio pencil. Depends on what they are, right? Like if they're like polychromos or anything, I'd say hold on to them. If you got like good pencils, good pencil crayons, that kind of stuff, you never know when you're gonna need them or when you're gonna want to draw. As well, you mentioned you got the grandkids and things, right? So, it'd be worth holding on to them just as well if any of them are getting into art or anything, like being able to gift them into good supplies. Because let's be real, most parents start the kids off with shit. And then the kids don't end up learning that it's like, oh, it's actually not my fault that I can't do a lot of this stuff. It's that I do not have the right tools or the right products that I need to achieve these effects, right? Like, I used to never understood why I couldn't achieve, like, these really crazy painted effects. And I realized it's my parents didn't buy me any fucking paint. Like, of course I can't make it look painted. I have markers. That's exactly it. Like, I don't want you don't want to be in a position where you need to rebuy them, especially because most of the prices have gone up. And on top of that, like, you've got enough children in the family right now with 4 grandkids that it's guaranteed one of them will probably want to draw or be into art, Chances are one of them will have an interest in art. Okay, pack the. Yeah, exactly. And that's halfway there. Whoa, whoa. We're living on a prayer. 5 more rounds to do the gold wash on, and that's the second last step for today. After that, we'll do the goops and the slimes, and then we will wrap it up. Goop some slime. All our lives a tender raging love. So we drank this final cup, and I'll rest this weary head, and I'll watch the water rising up to wash away the dead. And when we're rid of this disease, and we have won the prize, I never will return to these foreign skies. And 2 more. If you even want after this step, you can always come back in and re-highlight the gold with some final little touches, which I might do. Undecided. We got like major progress through these. 4 minutes. 4 minutes. Are you ready? Nope. 3 minutes now. 3 minutes to 4:20. If you know, you know, you know? Oh, look at that. By the time I did that last one, the rest of them were dry. So I can show you guys kind of how that brass looks when it takes, or when it's done there. Or how the gold ends up looking when it's done being dried. And now we really do just have to come through and put highlights on the red armor. Or do the edge highlights on the red armor. The airbrushing looks great. Dried. You guys can see. Get a little bit more depth in the gold. No worries. I hope you have an amazing rest of your night. We're going to... Honestly, I'm going to do a lava effect here to wrap this up. Not going to take very long, but we're probably shutting this down in about 5-10 minutes. I'm going to grab a container for... Thank you. Thank you very much for that. I appreciate it a ton. Honestly, like, I'm having fun painting them. But we're going to do the lava now. Anyone who's watched the stream for a bit knows how I make lava. If you haven't seen how I do lava, you're going to need a really quick lesson here. First step, pre-paint the base so you have your underpainting done, because this is a paint that will fade. Not super light fast. So it's always important to know when you're working in fluos, you always need to underpaint because you will lose some of that vibrancy over time. We're going to take some yellow. And some red. Needs a bit more yellow. Add some more yellow to the mixture because you want to get kind of a nice orangey. That's the color we're after here. We got that nice orange. What I'm going to do now, I'm going to bring this orange and the still water over the lava. All the areas we want to be lava, give it a nice little brushing of this color. Don't overdo it.
Give your balls a tug, you tit fucker.
420. I was prepared for it today. But yeah, the pen is definitely the way to go right now for me. The distillate makes me cough less. And as this dries, it will stay a bit translucent, and some of the underpainting is going to come back through. And this is going to look amazing. Gosh, I love how easy it is to get badass lava bases. I really think that lava is one of those ones that it's secretly really easy to do cool.
Again, just carefully. And fuck.
Made a mistake on that, so just wipe that off real fast. Don't drop that brush. Make sure you wipe that off, because if you don't, you're going to break your surface tension. And it's going to run everywhere. And it's really awful when that happens. I had that happen while I was doing my chaos stuff earlier, and I lost my privilege of using still water in the kitchen. All right, I lost my privilege of building terrain in the kitchen after I spilt still water. Okay, we're gonna wipe that base there. I'm gonna be back tomorrow at the usual time, 10 a.m. Pacific. However, we're gonna raid out here in about 5-10 minutes. I think we're gonna go see Blissful Badger today. He's been doing his daily streams for the Armageddon box. He's made a lot of good progress painting orange. I'm really enjoying what he's doing. That, or we'll take a look at who's live right now, because I don't normally stay this late, so we could probably hit somebody else from my list. I'll take a quick look at who's on, see if there's anybody whom we don't normally get to go and see that I'd like to go and visit. Otherwise, I do have a couple targets in mind. We're going to get ready to raid out here. I got one more base to do, and then that is it for today. And this is the last one, so yeah, we're going to raid out after this. And there we go. Put the lid on that, because I will be needing to do some more later. All right, let's go see who's on. Yeah, I've been going for almost 7 hours. That's a long stream. 6 hours and 45 minutes. Let's see. Oh, Badger's got lots of people there right now. Let's do that's a long stream. 7 hours is a long time to be live. So let's all go see Badger. And I will be back at 10 a.m. tomorrow. I hope that all of you have a great rest of your night, though. I am wiped.